Bum, 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 bum. Alrighty. This is gonna be fine. Might need to turn it down just a bit. There we go. Dum, bum, bum. Dun. Ah, fudge. Ow. Let me let my phone go quiet. Wait, session 12? What the? No, session 2. I messed up. Look at that, look at that, look at that. I'm already messing up. Alright. Let me fix stuff. Player faults, this is fine, this is fine, this is fine. Oh, thank God I noticed it, but you know... Confirm, it's just a session 2, not something else. That's fine. And then go here. Do this, do that, do that. Alright then. Very well. Alright, welcome one, welcome all. To the Oncoming Storm. Yeah, this will be session 2. And such, let's not dilly-dally just rejoin the others.
Who next?
Hi, I'm back.
Welcome back, Curtis. You're just in time. I finished the intro. Would you like to go over what your character did in the previous 3 days?
Very well. I shall do this from the start then. What I did in the last 3 days. Well, day 1, I went to go look for my friend Zilkarai and Cadmus, found them. Eventually I went and tried to chase down some thief, apparently. Apparently there were multiple thieves. It was really interesting. So I chased him and chased them. Father fell down into a manhole into the sewers. We don't talk about it. Some guy ran in, the assailant ran into a fog cloud, ran into a stall, and then someone yelled my cabbages. We will not question anything further.
My cabbages!
After that...
Great Avatar reference.
Thank you.
After that, I was actually able to capture my assailant. I figured out he was holding this other bag that had like this weird green gem. I was thinking, handing it over to the officials and such, but no, some guy decided to fade in. They're like stopping. It's weird. It's infuriating. It's infuriating. It's infuriating. Just the reason I'm fine. Anyways, it's day 2. I went and went to a magic shop that Cadmus knows. Well, not magic shop. Blacksmithing shop. There are a bunch of cool items there and such. Also, I was, after being jumped and, someone trying to rob us, assumingly, I was commissioned to make a guard's outfit. And, and I did exactly that. Yes, a guard captain. He loved it. She's also a Minotaur, by the way, if anyone was wondering.
Yeah, she's a female Minotaur.
And then, on day 3, Jayden showed up and decided to give us a gift as a way of saying, I'm sorry for what happened at the end of session 1. Oh no!
Yeah.
No, that was at the very beginning of downtime. We forgot about that. Oops.
Yeah, Jayden, would you like to talk about what that event is? Because you actually skipped that one.
I did skip
where there was a heated argument between Jayden and Zokarai, and Jayden wanted to end it off quickly, so he used one of his abilities to basically try and get Zokarai to back off. So
yeah, and that ended a bit horribly because Silvestro had something else in mind.
Yes. But as an apology, Jayden gave the entire party and also Zokarai a gift, which maybe during session, maybe after everyone says what they did in the in their rest,
in their downtime,
in their free time, in their downtime after they're done with that, we can reveal the surprise.
Oh god, my story's gonna sound half like a fever dream.
Alright, anyways, and to finish up, Henry made some stuff. He made an outfit for Cadmus, and then 2 cloaks of the manta rays and 2 bags of holding.
Yes, because he rolled so ridiculously well on the crafting that I was like, you know what? You just end up making 2 of them.
You like seeing 30s?
Yeah, he kept rolling beyond 30s on the crafting, and I'm like, that's way past what you need, because you need only a 15.
No one's touching the second bag. This is player thing. Second bag is mine.
Okay. Also, Jayden has alerted me that I had the stream stuff wrong, so I had not fixed it.
You also forgot to set it to being that you're all... Yeah, there we go. I was about to say you forgot to say it's also the Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. No one here is perfect. Understand that.
Yes.
Yes, and this is kind of a rushed thing, because I decided to take a shower before the stream, and guess what? Everyone in my house needed the bathroom at once before me.
Wow.
Timing.
Wow. That is a good time.
I go out and say, does anyone need the bathroom? And all 3 of them say yes. And they're like, oh god. Actually, sorry, one of them was already in the bathroom and the other 2 people said yes. Evidently they had to leave right at 10 o'clock as well, so they were also rushing to prepare for 10 o'clock. Whatever, I did not know. Regardless. Zokarai is currently typing out what he did over the past 3 days, because, once again, he does not want to speak on voice, which is perfectly understandable. Sortu, what did you do over the past 3 days?
Well, most of my time was spent either staying nearby somebody, not naming names, just a wide-looking furry person.
You can say my name, you know that, right?
And I was making sure they won't get into trouble. Well, most of my alone time was either spent reading or sleeping. Though I was also introduced to an owl, I think.
Indeed.
Indeed.
Not sure. With a couple of dragons. That freaking one dragon can't beat him in dragon chess, makes me angry.
Well, I
think we know which dragon that is.
Well,
I mean,
I
I
used to
don't.
play it in my youth, so.
Also, did hit a fox with a magic missile. Because if he can dodge a magic missile, he can dodge a sword. But,
You know
yeah,
that's
also-
it's impossible to dodge a magic missile, right?
I know.
I should learn Magic Missile.
It's fun.
While it cannot be dodged, it can be blocked via shield cell.
Yes.
I love that reference.
That was a good reference.
Thank you. I'm glad you got that reference of all people.
But yeah, that's mostly it.
All right. Cadmus, while Zonkrai is typing things up, would you like to go over what you've done over the past 3
Mine
days?
is gonna sound like a fever dream.
I'm fully expecting that.
Okay, where to start?
So, keep in mind, by the way, just go over the things that people, would know.
I'm not discussing the other things.
Good. Now, okay, go over what you did in the past 3 days.
So I woke up, I gave all the luminescence. What I typically do is I just use prestidigitation, make a flavored potion that all of them like, as a thank you for healing me up.
Which is quite nice of you. They appreciate it.
Then I talked to Zokai first.
Though, to be fair, they didn't use them on themselves, they used them on their patients.
No, he talked to Hoonery first. When the random girl came there.
Be sure to reference your Google Doc in case you forget.
Yeah, I forgot I had the Google Doc.
That's the Google Doc. It will tell you. It knows the truth.
I know it knows the truth.
That's why I told everyone to write down what you were doing each hour for the 3 days, just because that way, when this happens, it can go by pretty speedily.
Speedily.
I mean, you all
yes.
knew what I meant.
I also received, before I fainted I received the ghost autograph.
Yes. Because he considered you a worthy opponent and gave you an autograph. So you have a autograph from the mysterious ghost of the arena, which is something not many people have outside of young children.
Cavis is just a young child.
He is actually a child, but we do not know this. He is actually.
All of you we do.
Just because you grow old does not mean you have to grow up.
So true, so true. Yes, they young little one.
He is
then-
he is 3 children in a Dragonborn costume.
Oh my god, are you doing the gunbreaker joke?
Are you done with the what joke?
You
Gunbreaker.
go.
Gunbreaker is just 3 DPSs in a coat.
in a trench coat, yes.
Yeah.
It's a tank class. It's hilarious.
Yes.
3 kobolds trying to be dragonborn.
I mean, the picture for the kobold in the player race guide shows 3 kobolds in a trench coat, so...
Yeah, because that was an actual, joke people were making. I don't know where it occurred at first, but but it's such a good joke. 3 kobolds in a trench coat.
Anyway, we're getting distracted. Let's let Cadmus talk.
Yes.
Sorry. It's quite
Nah, it's
ironic.
fine. We're
You're gonna
prone to
figure out the real
tangents.
truth. Quite ironic when
If
you
you're
figure out
here,
the real
you
truth.
know what our kind of content is.
Yeah, I'm just laughing because when you figure out the real stuff, yeah, that's just funny.
Anyway, continue.
Then, like, oh yeah, he talked with the nurses and thanked them. Then he fell asleep. Then he woke up with Hoonery. Woke up when Hoonery just basically was talking to Eliza Baker.
Mm-hmm.
And just to specifically say, the fuck is happening?
Yeah, I forgot about that. I also got a sending stone from Eliza Baker, but, you know, I forgot to be using that. My bad.
Yeah, people. By the way, for those people at home, I made sending stones in the common magic items instead of uncommon, so that everyone at home knows.
At the same time, he also kind of attuned overnight to the necklace that he got.
Indeed, and would you like to talk about that necklace?
It's a sentient periapt of wound closure.
Yep.
That?
What?
It's a sentient magic item.
It talks.
I'll
Yes,
let him.
it is voiced by my wife, Kayana. Would you like to say hi, Kayana? Or... That's the voice of the actual Periapt.
What? Oh,
Yeah,
Hi.
that's the voice of Elena.
Adorable.
Yes.
She's a fairy.
Oh god. Oh god, a fairy just said ooh woo.
Hey, listen. I think you'd rather prefer her than Feo who gets mad at you for not calling upon her. I should know this.
I think you prefer her over me saying it. To be fair, because she's better at voice acting than me by a lot.
And after I started talking to Zokurai, seeing him in his job, and then I got hired working for him. And then business. Yeah, then we have 1 hour of business and singing.
Oh, I
Mhm.
forgot about that. I'm so sorry.
2
Right.
hours of business and singing.
Because you guys got drunk on Zokurai's beer or something, if I remember correctly.
Wait,
Yes.
Oh god.
don't worry. It's Zokurai's
The
personal
Cadmus-
goal to get us drunk.
And Cadmus has his loyal pan flute.
Oh god, that just
Or
reminded
Zokur
me.
was drinking it straight out of the tap.
And then there was an event
Yes.
where there was screaming, and then Cadmus basically talked to the Periapt. He talked to Elena, and she just basically told him to follow his heart, in which he just decided to track down where the scream is coming from. And then he went into a chase, and then he decided to get the bodies that are basically on the floor.
Elena
And give
specifically
them-
said, and I quote, "You wanted to be a hero, Cadmus. Here's your chance."
He gave them to the luminescence, and he was trying to calm people down.
Yes, there was a robbery in town that happened on day 2, and it impacted everyone's day. Except Surtur, because he wasn't there.
And Jayden.
Akul got to punch.
Wait, was Jayden affected by the theft?
No.
Yes, but you were too far away to actually affect it.
Oh, okay.
It was all over, because it happened over the course of like a couple of turns. So, it was very fast. It was within a minute.
Oh, okay. I
And
see.
he was just basically... Then he basically had a long chat with Zokurai, and while venting.
Sus.
In which Zokai actually offered a place to stay with him, and Cabas took it,
And
and they basically slept.
well, okay, I more meant the other thing, but yeah.
Well, yeah, they slept, and he just decided to meditate. Through that power, and contacting with Elena, kind of made a understanding between him and Dracul. And he got dragon wings.
Yeah, because Elena helped mediate between Dracul and Cadmus and help them form a... Well, I'll let you talk about that. Cadmus, I'll let you talk about that. If you want to.
Should I?
It's up to you.
A partnership. More a partnership than a friendship.
Instead of a rivalry, which is what it was before.
Then
Character
he went,
development!
then he went to he went to watch the sunrise. And he left to go find a dragonsmith, in which he found John and Sons,
Yes.
which after a long conversation and using some of his scales, he made a dragonsmith warhammer.
More specifically, Butch, the child of the blacksmith, was the one able to actually dragon forge it, but his dad made the warhammer.
He now has a sending stone to them, so they will now let him know if they have any good deals.
Yeah, because of the fact that Cadmus bought a special membership with them.
And we
If you
have therapy time. We do not talk about therapy time.
Nope.
Okay.
There.
And Cadmus is basically assisting Zokai in making his items.
Which is also when Hunari was assisting. You remember that, right, Hunari?
Yes, I remember that. I remember the child and how Hunter was actually able to speak with the fast-moving child.
Yeah, and how you're both equally fascinated with dragons, and I believe you made the remark of, I found the human version of myself or something?
Yes. It was like, any question, Hunter can answer just as fast.
Indeed.
And then from 3 to 4, Cadmus spent 3 to 8 a.m. Cadmus spent time making potions.
Alright. And I believe that's where we'll cut it off for now, because now we get to the big reveal. And the big reveal, while Zokai is typing up what he did.
He also met the Agricultural Guild later, and then things happened.
Yeah, but we'll leave that under wraps for now. Yeah, we'll leave that under wraps for now, as well as what they were doing. Okay.
All you need to do in that thing is he met another... All you need to know about that is he met another druid, and just things happened.
It's fine. You guys will discuss that in session 2. Because you're still dealing with the fallout of that. Anyway, speaking of, so, Jayden, would you like to reveal what gift you gave Zokai to make up for the psychic damage his patron caused? And it was literal psychic damage.
He gave to the party his gift that Sylvester gave him, which is a carriage, more specifically a magical carriage, adorned and drawn by 2 Fae-based direwolves. Which,
yes. And what's the special property of this carriage?
Jayden, well, not really Jayden, but we'll say Jayden, but well, Sylvestro. Jayden is able to, when inside, he can change what the inside look of the carriage, of the entire carriage itself.
And to clarify, Jayden can request Sylvestro to do so, because you want to reveal why that is, Jayden.
Jayden isn't the one that controls the entire carriage. It is Silvestro that controls the carriage itself. Jayden just makes the requests.
And the reason why is because you revealed that Silvestro is your patron.
Yes, Silvestra's my patron, yes.
In
Sorry.
case people don't remember. Yeah, Jayden is a warlock, and his patron is a very powerful dragon named Silvestro. It's in the Feywild. And specifically, the interior of this carriage is bigger on the inside than the outside, and the interior always lies within the Feywild, though there's no way to leave it to the Feywild. Or, so we thought. Because, as we roll past that, and into session 2, it is now 3 a.m. Let me just double check that it's actually 3 a.m. in the morning. Yes, it is 3 a.m. in the morning. And now we'll move on to the carriage proper.
Zokrai, they said what he wanted. Okay.
Zokarai, did you want to say what you're going to say? Or did you,
I think he was going to say what he did in the free time.
Okay. No, you can go ahead and say it. I didn't know if you were still typing it or not, because it took a while.
Remember to always ask.
What was all of your initial reactions to the carriage? I guess we can talk about.
Yeah.
Not yours, Surtur. We'll talk about that in session 2. But everyone else.
You want 2 different reactions?
Yeah, reactions to seeing the carriage, seeing the inside, all that jazz. What's your reaction to it, Fox, Hoonery, Zokarai, and Sortu?
So cool. What the heck? Henry is.
And then
Okay.
Cadmus basically had the reaction. This seems more normal than it should.
I'm pretty sure Sortu knows about the carriage.
Sortu forgot the existence of said carriage.
Hoonery and Kosoka are like, whoa. Okay, Hoonery, you can stop that now.
And we will transition from the carriage to the, from the world map to the first floor of the carriage.
Wait, we're finishing on Zokarai.
Yeah, he's also doing a speed version.
Okay.
Zokarai can do his thing, but I want to move it so that everyone can see the main floor of the carriage.
Yeah.
Here is
This
the
is
main
like-
floor.
This is why Cadmus responded with, for some reason, normalcy upon the carriage.
There we go. And you also hear the music. Do all of you have Roll20 unmuted, by the way?
Yes, I have it
Yep.
unmuted. I hear it.
Yep.
Oh, wait, let me see. Audio.
Love it.
I don't hear the music, but that just might be on my end.
You might have it muted. You might have something muted. It might just be on your end.
I have-
Audio.
I'll go ahead and stop it and start it and see if that helps. There, I just stopped it and started it.
muted so that I could hear you all better.
Okay.
And
No.
So, this carriage consists of a series of rooms, all of which are connected by an elevator system. And if for those of you wondering how an elevator works in D&D, magic. It's a patron. Don't question it.
Don't
He's so
question.
powerful, he can just do this.
There's a lot of things that Jayden has not revealed about his patron.
Magic is
Ah.
great.
Yes, very great, but also terrifying.
Indeed. And again, it's important to reiterate, Silvestro is the one who controls and runs this carriage, and not Jayden, meaning that at any time the carriage could change, and Silvestro just would change it on a whim. You know, move things around, or make random creatures appear in rooms.
Yes.
And all of a sudden, you might go back to your bedroom and just find a owl bear there.
Friendly one?
Just a random owlbear just appears in front of like Zokurai. Just oh fuck.
Oh wait,
That's right.
I
Alright, so day one, flirted with the resident Dragonborn, Cadmus, Jayden defeated and made vengeful, and they passed out quickly after.
know.
Not how I would have put that, but sure.
Alright, so flirted with resident dragon. It's good. Classified.
yes, he meant flirted.
Yeah.
Travis almost put out his sword and just like, no.
Yep. That's fine, Grochek. If you want to lurk, that's perfectly fine. Lurkers and workers. Alright.
Oh, okay. I forgot you were streaming for a moment. I was like, who is he talking to?
Yes, we are live streaming, and we're already a half hour into the stream, so I'd like to speed this along.
Yes.
I was literally
Zokurai can go ahead
right
and
now.
type. What was that?
I was literally spelled with not right now.
Yeah. Anyway, Zokurai can keep typing what he did, and I'll read when he finishes. Other than that, I have a question for all of you. Where were all of you at 3 a.m.?
In bed.
Level of the carriage. Go ahead and place all of your tokens out at the various levels, and you have the ability to move on your own now, so you can go ahead and do that. Place yourselves all within the carriage wherever you are.
Here's the gold pile.
I believe, I don't know if Sortu is, but I believe Jayden would be. If Sortu is there, he'd probably be playing Dragon Chess with Sortu in the library.
Wait, there's a
Who is
on
there?
floor
Yeah.
3.
And all of you are in the carriage.
gold pile.
I should also talk about what Harold was doing over the past 3 days. So, Harold was first in the hospital and staying by his brother's bedside, and Gerald. Gerald was just sleeping. Then they talked to the staff, looked around town. Gerald was watching matches, buying drinks from the stall that Zokurai set up to sell money. And then they were both trading Jayden until Harold and Jayden started getting into a long talk, and Gerald got bored, wandered off, and left. And then Harold could never find him again. Gerald's missing.
And he went to Cadmus first, and she's like, oh, I want a health drink.
What?
That's what I remember.
That's from before Gerald went missing.
Oh yeah, that was like a couple hours before.
Yeah, anyway, I had already skipped past that. I said that they went to buy health drinks at Zokurai's shop.
Yeah,
Anyway.
where he sold money.
Oh, well.
Yeah. Harold tries to find him and asks around town and puts up something on the missive board, but there was no leads. And he talked to the guard captain, talking to the captain, and then Harold just kind of wandered around looking for Gerald and kind of not knowing what to do because, you know, his brother's gone, his twin brother. He doesn't know what to do. So currently at 4 a.m., after he found out about the whole carriage thing, he just kind of wandered in, went to the kitchen, grabbed food, slept for like 6 hours, and then now he's currently sitting on the roof of the carriage, just kind of with his knees curled up and worried about his brother.
No, I have something to do then. I'm probably gonna be comforting him.
Yep.
Hey, Cadmus learned how to be a therapist. Henry's a good teacher.
Yeah.
All right. So, also, yes, Karsoko would be sleeping on a gold pile. Hunari and Karsoko are currently sleeping as of 3 a.m., I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
Because you were both settling down for a long rest. I don't remember what Zokurai is doing. He can go ahead and say. However, there is one other person here, and Surtur, would you like to introduce yourself as a person first?
Okay. Hello, I'm Surtur. I don't know how to introduce myself as a person.
He's a friend of mine that I've known for half a decade now. That's one thing.
Yes.
It used to go by the Gemini God, for those who know about that one. He streams as well, but he's not currently streaming. Currently, if anyone else doesn't have any objections, I'll roll into session 2. Okay, Zokurai is currently asleep. Got it. So he's currently in the long rest. Good to know. Alright, as we get to session 2, it's currently 3 a.m. for everyone. And Jayden, you're the only... who all is on the second floor?
I'm on the roof.
I'm on the second floor.
I believe Lou might.
Well, I am.
Yeah, they,
on the-
Yeah, I don't know if you moved your screen to library.
I forgot. Yeah.
You should do that.
Yeah, move your Sortu, move your screen to the library. Everyone, move your screen to wherever you are in the carriage. However, if you want to see what's going on, you could also move your screen to the second floor because Hunari, you're fast asleep. You do not hear this. Is Karsoka awake or is Karsoka also sleeping?
Karsoka's is trying to fall asleep.
Okay, but he's not currently asleep.
Not yet.
And Jayden, you're playing chess in the library, yes?
Dragon chest in the library with Sortu.
Okay, so all of a sudden, Jayden, you feel this but don't hear it. Karsoka, you hear this. A door bursts open on the second floor of the carriage as a strange elf just kind of falls through a door that no one noticed was there, and the door quickly slams shut behind him. You cannot hear things between carriage levels. However, Jayden, you can feel it because of your intrinsic link with your patron.
Yeah. Jayden, while playing like Dragon Chess with Sortu, looks at Sortu, and slides the Dragon Chest aside, and then summons the greatsword in his hand, and basically tells Sortu, someone just got into the cart, stuck onto the cart.
All right, Surtur, your character has just wandered into this place, and the door is slammed behind you. It looks like you're not going to get back into the Feywild this way, and you have basically no memories as to what's going on. You just kind of woke up in the middle of a grove, wandered through a forest, found a door in the middle of nowhere, and kind of felt tempted to walk through it. You walk through it, and now you're here. What are you going to do? You find yourself in a wooden hallway that is furnished with a checkered floor.
Well, first, I'm just looking around, kind of like, what is this? Because obviously, I don't remember seeing anything that looks like this before.
Exactly. And what does Karsoka do when he hears this door open and then slam shut, and he hears someone starting to move around on his floor?
Karsoka would have have his hackles raised, or well, whatever the hackles he would have, and just stare, ready to strike. He might creep forward slowly across the carpet.
Okay, and you guys can go ahead and move your characters if you want to. Also, I forgot, Karsoka's supposed to be one size larger than that.
I'm not able to move.
Hunari, you
Never
should
mind.
actually make it take up the walls.
There
There you go.
you go. Right. He's like carefully stepping over everything.
Should I move Jayden onto floor 2?
You don't have enough, because we're doing this kind of on turns, and do you have that
That's
much
fine.
movement speed to make it all the way to the elevator?
Let me see. Actually, if
You would have to measure from like where you are to the door, and then the door to the hallway to the elevator.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that now. If this thing actually, there you go.
Yeah. And yeah, Sortu, keep in mind, you only have 30 feet of movement on this first turn of yours, because I'm kind of doing a turn, but without rolling initiative.
Yeah, I know, but the Sotu is probably just too too sleepy at this moment, and it's kind of just like half understanding what's happening. So he just kind of like is like sitting there, like kind of falling asleep.
I would, if I dash, I would make it to the elevator.
Okay. You make it to the elevator, so you can put yourself on the second floor elevator. But that's
Okay,
where you end your turn. Is on the second floor elevator.
That's fine. I'll do that now.
Yep. Be sure to delete your character from the third floor first before moving to the second floor.
So we don't have
I
your
did-
character in 3 places at once.
Yeah.
So there's no cloning going on. Also, why does 30?
It's fine, Zokurai. I know you're trying to be fast. Your character's also asleep right now, so I'm not too worried about it. Also, no one else is aware of this going on just because they're not on the floor and they don't have an intrinsic link to the carriage.
But I believe I did tell Sortu.
Yeah,
but
sort
Soldier is sleepy. He's a sleepy boy.
Oh god. Ah.
If any of you had sending stones between each other, maybe you could communicate this. Looking at you, Hunary.
Nudge,
Hunary is asleep, but
How could try to wake Hunary up? That's a good question.
yes, he probably would actually. He probably just kept over just Hunary, wake up.
So he used his action to try and wake Hunary up. I'm going to go ahead and say he does so.
Yes.
But since he used his action and you're surprised, you don't get a turn in this first thing. Okay. So now we'll go back to Surtur. So, Surtur, you hear a bunch of rustling going on in the other rooms, and you figure there's probably people here coming for you. What do you do? You have no idea as to their intentions.
Yeah. I think I moved to the corner of the room where I'm further away from the door and I guess I prepare my halberd.
Okay. So you pull out your halberd, and are you doing the bonus action thing?
Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So he's getting ready for anyone who tries to come through that door. All right, so we'll go back to Jayden. Jayden, what are you doing?
Yeah. Let me look over some stuff. Just out of curiosity, would I know the location of where he is, like exactly?
Yes, because of
Okay.
your intrinsic link to your carriage, you know the exact location of any intruder in it. Anyone who is not allowed to be there. Though you do not know the exact location of people who are allowed to be there.
Okay. Just to clear over some stuff. Where is it? Where is... There it is.
Keep in mind, Silvestro also knows.
Yeah,
He's just doing nothing about it.
yeah, of course.
You're just looking uninterested, like, okay, I want to see how this goes.
Yeah, he's just kind of watching right now.
He has
Don't blame him.
popcorn. He has popcorn.
Yeah.
I'm sure he has popcorn somewhere in his hoard.
Gonna move 5 feet. I mean, not 5 feet, 30 feet of my
That's it.
movement.
That's a pretty big 5 feet.
Yeah. Yeah, move 30 feet of my movement. I am then... You know what? I'm going to free action, unequip my star leather armor, and action equip my plate armor.
I don't think you know how long it takes to take off light armor. Is it only a single?
No, it's because I have Eldritch armor. I can use my free action to de-equip it instantly, and then I can use my action to equip the plate armor.
Okay then, yeah. That's allowed because of your Eldritch armor ability.
Yeah.
Okay. Apologies, I forgot.
Yes. And I'm gonna end my turn there because I only have 30 damn feet.
Karsoka, Hootery, what are you two going to do? You now both have a turn.
Step 1. The music has stopped for me because of Firefox crashing on me. And I rejoined.
Apologies, I will restart it.
That's my fault. Second
Okay.
off, Hoonry would grumbly get it's like there's someone here, there's someone here.
You
They're
want-
speaking in this in like their special language, by the way.
Draconic Abyssal.
Yep. And it's like, give it. Where's my rapier? I'm gonna go. And just Hoonry would slowly walk out. He has 30 feet, correct? Yes, he has 30 feet. You slowly walk out. You know, go over. Just. You look down the hallway. See Jayden. Just go wave.
I don't think he actually would know what Jayden looks like in his plate armor.
I mean, to be fair, it's what? Is it covering your face?
Yeah, it's literally like it's full plate armor that is like green and yellow, and the helmet itself. The helmet itself makes Jayden almost look like a dragonborn, and it makes him like unknown, like no one would know what he looks like. Only Lou sort of knows that that's Jayden under the armor, but no one else.
Greenery, you see this man clad in full plate green yellow armor, wielding a giant sword and rushing towards you. What are you going to do as you enter the hallway?
Like, oh, no. I was like, who the hell was that?
I'm too sleepy to deal with that.
It's like, I'm too sleepy. Nope, defensive actions.
What are you going to do with your action, Henry?
Then Hoonry would
Don't forget
fly.
you can ready an action
Yeah,
to use as a reaction under certain circumstances.
Hoonry would grab his crossbow and use like the rest of him to like fly back and be in the air and just prepare an action like anyone who comes into that door, I'm shooting. And so it's like
Into the door or past the door? Henry?
into the door because it would probably take like a small bit for them to like burst into the room.
I just like what Gojek said. I cast the spell Banana Peel. Just make Jayden flip and fall flat on his face.
There,
Oh god.
anyway, so yes, it's Hoonry and
What's
Krasoka.
Krasoka doing?
Krasoka would be like, what do you mean defensive action? What's going on? It's like, and they would both ready an action to attack.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone who steps
We
here.
go back. What was that?
And I was gonna say, anyone who steps here, they're gonna get hit.
Okay. And we go back to you, Surtur. What are you going to do? Clearly, there's a lot of activity going on, and you just heard a screeching owl noise.
What would I do if I heard a screeching owl noise like that? Guess I'd look around first if there's an owl in the room.
Ask if
Right,
they're
and you heard it from a different. You did recognize it was from a different room.
Okay.
So, what do you want to do? Are you just going to stay where you are currently? Or are you going to go investigate?
I don't know. I think I'll just stay here then.
Okay. Jayden, and I assume you do the bonus action tunnel blighter thing.
Yeah.
Would anyone
Jayden.
Would anyone wake up from my hootery screech?
Jayden, you
Jayden.
saw Brunery come out of the doorway, be freaked out by you, and roll back, and he clearly didn't recognize you. What would you do?
Jayden, kind of forgetting that he hasn't told anyone that this is his like essentially his this is his serious situation like armor basically.
Yeah.
So 30 feet. I think that's 30 feet. He's gonna move there. And first things first. I will cast. Can I cast Can I cast an action spell and a bonus action spell on the same turn?
No. If you
Unless
cast
one is a
bonus
cantrip, I
action,
think.
you can only cast a cantrip as an action. Also,
then-
are you going to tell Hootery that it's actually you, or no?
Jayden would yell out on the other side of the door, Hunari, it's me, it's Jayden.
Okay, Jayden, make a persuasion check. Hootery, make an insight check.
Very well.
Oh gosh.
Very well. I'll get it.
I have very good persuasion.
Yep.
Henry is rolling insight.
Nat 20! Okay.
Now, Hootery, what are you going to roll for insight?
I like seeing a 12. Also, I have... That's...
Okay, so, Hootery, you accept the fact that this is, in fact, Jayden.
What does Krosoka think?
Roll insight for Korsoka.
And rolling insight, if I can find insight. There's insight. We accept it.
Yeah.
Basically the same score.
Sorry, go ahead.
Basically the same scores.
Yep. Both of you know that this is actually Jayden, and you don't need to be scared.
It's like, okay. Hey. No need to take any defensive actions at this moment.
Surtur, by the way, you heard Jayden yell that out,
Yeah.
and it was in a language that you can understand. I'm pretty sure
I
it's
would-
still common, right, Jayden?
Well, knowing that Henry speaks Draconic, Jayden would say it in Draconic.
Surtur, do you know Draconic?
No.
Then no, you wouldn't understand what he's saying. You just heard what sounded like the roaring of a dragon.
Okay.
Yeah. I am then, let's see, yeah, I'm then going to use my action to cast Armor of Agathis on myself.
Okay.
Which, of course, I can only cast at 3rd level.
Okay. I'm surprised no one's trying to, resolve this peacefully.
Seriously.
Henry's too tired.
Use your fucking brain.
Henry's too tired.
Go. And I'll end my turn there.
Okay.
We need controlled chaos.
Yeah, Surtur, what are you going to do? It's your turn.
I don't want to butt in, but I think after the screech, Salty would probably try to come down to the room.
No, there is no sound can pass from one carriage level to the other.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
They are completely soundproof from each other.
Jayden,
Thank you for clarifying.
Yep. Though, if Sortu wants to come down, he was told about this, so he probably could, reasonably. If you want to give Sortu a turn now.
Yeah, I will probably give Salty a turn, if nobody minds.
I like how this is...
Keep in mind, by the way, this is not a gladiator fight, so any injuries here are permanent.
yeah.
I am
Yeah.
not saving your asses.
Unless you could drag people to the luminescence or something.
By the way, I just wanted to say, I can see Surtur's health.
Oh,
I can see
right.
Korsoka's health.
That's expected,
Yeah.
because I expected you to all be on the same side. But you're not resolving this peacefully.
Yeah.
I mean, a random guy just appeared on the cart, and Jayden knows that they're not supposed to be on cart, so...
Yeah, but at the same time, that is not... Usually you would question why they're here. Anyway, regardless.
Yes, he will, by asking them, threateningly.
Okay.
Anyway,
I try to peek around to see what happens. I don't know if I need to move here or if I just... or not, because I can see the light.
the hallway, or do you just, stick your head out?
I stick my head out.
Okay, and as you do so, Jayden, you see the head of, what looks like an elf. However, it has, glowing eyes and wood brown hair, and he doesn't look threatening. He just looks confused. Very confused.
Jayden, realizing the situation the elf might be in, kind of looks a bit confused.
I mean, yeah, I heard a dragon roaring, and then I just see a dude in big armor.
Yeah,
You see
for reference,
what?
by the way, Surtur, Jayden currently looks like basically, if you know Guts and Berserk, that's basically what Jayden looks like. Where it's just a dude in seemingly like head to toe clad in steel armor and with like a dragonborn helmet instead of a normal helmet,
Noted.
wielding a big sword.
Yes.
Yeah, and he's clearly glowing with Feywild energy as well. Because I didn't mention this before, Jayden, but your armor radiates Feywild energy while you have it on.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah. So, alright. Do you say anything, Surtur? It's still your turn.
I think I just say something like, well, that's new.
And you hear that, Jayden? And Hunari also hears that. I'm going to say Hunari and Karsoka hear this. And, yeah. And it sounds like the voice of someone who is both very old and very young at the same time.
Damn elves.
It's like someone who's very old, but like clearly still naive.
Ah.
If that makes sense. Anyway. So, we will move on to Jayden's turn again. Jayden, what are you going to do now? Because is there anything else you want to do on your turn, Surtur? I forgot to ask. Sorry.
Jayden.
I think I
Jayden will
just
take.
moves back a bit.
Okay, he moves back.
Because of the big sword.
Yep.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah,
Okay.
So Jayden, what do? You just saw him dip his head back in the room and back up. Well, you didn't see him back up. He saw him dip his head back in the room.
Jayden would take his steps forward. He will, surprisingly, desummon his sword, desummon his armor, and just knocks on the door.
Do you answer the door, Surtur? What do you say?
I'm very confused to knock.
Yeah, I just look back and I'm just like, what?
Yeah, Jayden's like, do you know where you are? As you now see what looks to be a fox skin with emerald green eyes, who seemed to probably be the person who was clad in that armor, is now not wearing that armor, instead wearing noble clothing.
And the eyes of this elf, by the way, are glowing like a shining blue, but also with like swirls of green in it.
No.
I just wanted to give that little detail.
Okay.
Well, I guess me and my allies are gonna ask you a lot of questions. If you at least leave your weapon stayed on your back or anywhere, we will have to take you downstairs or down to the main floor, and we can ask you some questions. Sorry if you were being threatening. Saw your confused face, so I'd take a guess.
Okay.
He opens. He opens the door.
I just slowly put back my weapon, still kind of confused over what is this place? Who are these people? What?
Jayden then knocks on Hunari's door.
Hunari's door is...
Hunari, it's...
Okay.
Is Hunari's door open or closed?
I don't know. Is it open or closed, Hunari?
It's
Probably
actually
closed,
closed. It's probably closed.
Okay, then Jayden will just knock and just say, Hunari, it's safe. It's just someone who came in here by mistake. They're mostly lost and confused right now.
Hunter would then slowly come down, open the door, be like, "Oh, okay."
We're gonna take them down to the main floor and ask them questions, if you don't mind joining.
And from there, we will just go ahead and progress to the main floor.
Okay,
Yes.
delete our tokens from the map, I guess.
Oh god. I'll do that quick.
I'll go ahead and delete all your tokens with that.
Very well. I will
okay.
go move to the first floor then.
And at this point, do you call other people in the carriage, or is it just you guys doing it?
Jayden will probably call people from the carriage. You'll call
Okay,
the others.
so Cadmus and Zokarai, if you'd like... well, actually, Zokarai's asleep. Do you even care enough to wake up Zokarai, or no?
Judging by how confused and how the elf looks, Jayden doesn't seem the need to wake up Zokarai. But
Okay.
the others who are awake, he will tell them to come down.
Okay,
Nice.
so...
I'm gonna say in the meantime, Cadmus is also playing his pan flute for Harold and trying to make him feel better.
And Harold hears about this and says, "You guys handle it. I just want to be alone."
I understand how it feels to lose someone. I'm here for you, if anything.
Alright, and now I'd like you all to assemble on the ground floor, on the main floor.
Not the ones who are gonna be here.
Yes, so everyone except for Zokarai and Harold.
Wait, where is the kitchen? I need to make tea.
The
Up
kitchen
north.
is actually on the third floor.
Don't be on the table! Do not be on the table! Why am I constantly jumping on tables?
God damn it, Cadmus!
Don't mind that.
Ah.
Yeah, if you want to do that, just have it not snap the grid, but I'm having it on the grid, so
Just
You
hold
want me
down
to turn off
Alt
the
and
grid?
you will... Yeah, if you hold down Alt, you will not snap to the grid.
I'll go ahead and turn off the grid. That way you guys can just put yourselves wherever. There, grid's off.
Yeah, Jayden will open up a chair and motion for the elf to sit down.
Oh, what? What did you say? I missed that.
Yeah, Jayden just offered you a chair, that's all. That's over here. My butler will bring the
I guess
tea.
I would have been surprised by Karsoka.
Alright, so
Yeah,
I'm gonna say this right now. You're also been seeing a small little owlin and a young silver dragon.
Yes, and specifically the Owlin seems to be riding the Silver Dragon.
And is also extremely tired.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why you're riding it, because you're kind of just laying there on top of it as it carries you down.
Yeah.
And you also see a Dragonborn, a black Dragonborn also walking down, clad in no armor whatsoever, but a plague doctor's outfit.
He's hiding his he's hiding his face with the little plague doctor mask.
Yep.
Cadmus, do you need to be hiding your face in this time of night? I'm too tired to even think about it. Flops.
The black and green outfit.
So
also,
it's me.
Jaden?
Bug, I just want to tell you, do tell me when an hour passes so I can note down so I can take my, when I need to take my temp HP away.
Oh, I figured it took you an hour to get everyone assembled down here.
Okay, if it did, then I will remove it.
Yeah. Also, I was going to say, Jaden, looking at Cadmus's outfits, it makes you a little bit uneasy. It doesn't do this for anyone else, just for you, Jaden.
Yes, Jane has been notified by Sylvester, and also is not one who enjoys that outfit a lot.
Yeah, in particular the mask specifically.
Yes. Jane, just...
weird shit with dreams happened.
Yeah, and we'll keep that under wraps for now.
Hmm.
No, that's
Jane,
just how that's just how he says it. That's just how he says it.
Jane just stares at him, but then just looks back at at Surtur's character.
Mhm.
So, first thing I want to ask is, oh wow, the music really softens at that point. Okay. First thing I want to ask is, what's your name?
Name. You mean like points at the table like table?
No,
Blinks.
no, no.
He like points at himself. Like, my name is Jayden, and that is, he points over to Henry, and that's Hoonery.
Hoonery waves.
You're not from around here, are you?
No, I.
Question,
Different
DM.
compared to others.
What?
Question,
Sorry,
DM.
What is it, Jayden?
Would Jayden know that he is an elf that's from the Feywild?
He's not from the Feywild.
Oh,
Okay, well, would he know, like, what the glowing eyes or glowing things on the elf mean?
No. You have no idea, and he's not an elf you've ever seen before.
Okay. Then Jayden will mentally converse with Silvestro. Silvestro, do you know what's going on with this elf? Its eyes are glowing and other things.
you seem familiar.
It's strange.
No idea, but it is very interesting. Continue talking to this one.
Gabbis just goes up to the elf. You seem very familiar. I don't know why.
I just look at Cadmus and I am like, you don't.
No, I don't. I'm not the most. I'm the most easily noticeable person in this room.
Oh, you could fade into the shadows and I wouldn't be able to find you.
Good. It kind of fits the purpose, isn't it?
That Jayden,
No.
Jay would like sit and think. Do you know how you entered this place?
A door? But
You have a certain aura from you.
the door just closed on itself?
What is the necklace you're wearing?
It's an. I think you call it an amulet?
It seems so familiar. I don't know why.
Hmm.
I'm sorry, that just made me laugh seeing Sorty just zip into out of the track.
Sorry, I just looked away from my screen for 2 seconds and then I just saw Tordu zipping around.
Hoonery would ask, like,
I guess.
do you know who you are?
Not really. All I can remember is being on the other side with this place that had a lot of weird creatures, and
The Feywild.
that's the name of it. Okay.
Kayana,
It's
Kayana, does Alina say anything in response to this elf? The voice within the Periapt? Because Alina has the capability to speak out loud despite being a magic item. But it just everyone hears it in their minds instead of out loud.
No, she doesn't have anything to say.
Okay. If you ever feel that she says something, just feel free to chime up. Just letting you know. Anyway, sorry, go ahead. I just wanted to include Kayana in this.
Actually,
No.
Travis does go to the Periapt and just mumble something. You think she could have had something to do with this?
Who is she?
Does your character say that, Surtur?
Yes.
She is not important. Not important.
Okay.
Hoonery looks
Soon, but
at
not-
Cadmus quizzically. trying to figure out what his best friend is saying. Like,
Jayden's like, it seems it's going to be a struggle to get information from you. Judging by what you're saying, it seems you came from the Feywild, which is strange, as you don't look like an elf. It's strange because you're not an elf that lives in the Feywild.
So do you serve everyone tea at this point?
Yeah, like
You know-
after managing to find the kitchen and making
Yeah.
tea, he would walk in with a tray and would just kindly place teacups on the table, even for Casco not finding a bowel.
Well, what should we call you if you do have a way of how we should identify you?
I don't know. How do you know what name you have?
Our parents gave our names.
Amos just looks down. I think.
Maybe.
if you don't
Is it?
know your name, perhaps we could, come up with a... I guess it would be a nickname for you?
There's no hesitancy in rushing, after all. It should be up to you and your choice only.
I agree with that.
Yeah. Maybe we can refer you by a nickname that you can just call yourself for the time being. How does that sound?
Sorry, what did you say? I missed. I could call you. I missed a word in between, and it's kind of important, that one.
Yeah. We can call you by your nickname if you wish to give yourself a nickname.
I'm gonna lower my Firefox volume because the music was louder than Jayden at some point. So.
Please, I'll turn it down for everyone.
Oh, okay.
I have the master control of the volume.
Yeah. Basically, I would say Jayden basically just told you that we could just refer you by a nickname if you can't remember your name.
Okay. How
You
do I
did hear them call you elf earlier, by the way, Surtur.
What?
Yes.
You did hear them call you elf, the elf.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Which, you do realize they're referring to your race. You do actually realize that.
Okay.
Just let you know.
I don't know how to choose a nickname. How do you do that?
It's up to you.
I know you
Let's-
called me the elf earlier, but I don't think that's a name.
Let's not be racist now.
It's a referral to your race, but it's not just that.
Okay, so it's not a name. Okay.
It's
That's
a better way to identify yourself is maybe refer to yourself via your equipment, like what you wear and what you use.
Or something you like.
May I make a suggestion as to something Surtur might come up with?
Okay.
You do know that one of the things you notice is that whenever you're sitting quietly in a quiet room, you do hear the ticking of a clock in your head. So perhaps you'd think clock.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds like a reasonable line of reasoning. Yeah. Clock.
All right, we will call you Clock then, if you're all right with that.
Nice to meet you, Clock.
Surtur, you can change your name. You can change your character's name in the character sheet.
Kersucket would pipe up and like, well, what about Clocksworth? Because the clock is just, something we were saying a lot because, clock.
Jay,
That was just face mobs.
would there be like cookies like somewhere on the? Would there be like leftover cookies or something.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, Jay would pick up a leftover cookie and hand it over to Kosoka to keep him distracted.
Yosoka just looks at like, why? Why was I given
Yeah,
this? Why?
If clock is something else, yes, I guess I should add something to clock. You said Clocksworth, right?
Yeah, Clocksworth starts nibbling on cookie. Oh, good cookie.
Travis just goes up to him, pats his head.
Kosoka pats a return.
Would Jayden know what the clock is armed with?
Yes, he is armed with a halberd, and he seems to be wearing chainmail armor. And that shard around his, that amulet he's wearing is deeply drenched in the magic of the Feywild.
Just like Cadmus noticed.
Silvestro
Gotcha.
mentions it's a magic item.
Do you know what magic item it could be?
Are you asking me, or are you
Yeah.
asking...
Asking Silvestro.
Ah, Silvestro says, I'll let you figure that one out.
Nah.
And he says it
Aside.
audibly for everyone to hear, too, not just to Jayden.
Clock just hears a booming voice from from around the carriage.
Yeah, Surtur, you just suddenly heard like a booming voice inside of your head of what sounded like a dragon.
Who? Where?
Travis just tilts his head down and his masculine falls off, but he like readjusts it.
Who? Where? What?
That's a
What
lot.
was that?
These kinds of things over time.
A short explanation. That was my patron. We're basically inside what he owns.
You get used to this kind of randomness over time. Trust me.
I think
Oh.
essentially it's that we don't always need to rely on him. I mean, after all, we are using his... Is property the right word? His stuff, there we go.
Jayden would look over to
So-
Sorty. Sorty, you don't have to be so quiet. You can add some of your own stuff to this.
So the how do you call it? Owner, I think the owner of this building can speak throughout the building.
Pretty much so. They do
Okay.
numerous amount of things. Ones I don't wish
Yes.
to say at the moment.
Suitor yawns and nods.
And also, this isn't a building. It's actually a carriage.
It's a carriage made with ironwood.
Something
What's
like that.
the
yes.
difference?
Trust me, you learned this over time.
Okay.
Basically, it's basically a mobile home.
Ooh, it's a
So-
house that moves. Ooh.
Basically, yes. You would look over your weapon and armor. Maybe a Clockworks chain. How does that sound for your nickname?
Clockwork chain.
Clockworks chain.
I like that.
He's like,
Mhm.
I would be calling him Clocksworks. And almost falls over because he's tight.
Travis just
Yes.
catches him. No, not again.
Is he okay?
Tired.
What's this
No.
about? He's tired.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
you kind of woke everyone up at about sleep time for them.
I was busy
Okay.
playing my pan flute to calm someone down at the moment.
You have
Hmm.
forgotten, Surtur, that some races require a thing called sleep.
Yeah,
So
that's where I was going with it.
So, Clock, if you like, you can let you stay here for a while, as long as you do your part and working in the tavern and things.
There's the tavern? I guess I didn't see it.
Jayden motions to the open room with multiple tables.
Oh.
This
That's the
is
tavern.
this is something that's run by a member of our group here.
Are you hurt, by the way?
No, I just woke
Just
up
making
and
sure.
saw this weird door.
If you're ever hurt, I can heal you.
Yes. My will also know some healing if you wish to also be healed by them.
I think I could handle that decently on my own.
If you got any questions, just ask us. We're about to move out to search for a friend. Hope you don't mind joining us.
I mean, it's better than staying in this weird, wild place that I was
I
before.
actually like this weird wild place, to be honest.
Jayden would
Call
nod.
You
Jayden would
call it
nod.
Feywild?
Sorry. Yes, we're in the Feywild right now. Well, quote unquote in the Feywild, but it's a bit hard to explain. You entered a door that enters into this carriage, and that door you entered is an entrance to the Feywild. Which now, that's good to know, seeing how my patron never told me about this.
And so
Jayden
that
is...
chimes in. It's a one-way door. And everyone hears
I see.
that.
It's a one-way door. Makes sense.
Well, I'm glad I didn't leave some stuff behind while trying the door.
That sounds like a
Jayden
good
would...
thing.
Yeah. When this is all like ended, Jayden would set up and would actually go over to where what was his name?
Clock.
No, not him.
Watchword?
Harold. He would go over to Harold and basically take something that has his scent on it, his and his brother's scent on it.
So you
And
go
he
up
would
to
go. Yeah, he would go up to the roof and ask Harold, do you have anything of your brother's or something that has both you and your brother's scent on it? I can use the wolves to track down your brother.
The moment you say track down his brother, he kind of looks at you quickly and thinks. And then he reaches into his bag and he pulls out what can only be described as a scrap of clothing from his trousers and hands it to you.
You'll take it? I promise you that we will save your brother if anything has happened to him.
Please do. I am deeply worried about him.
Jayden would nod and go over to his wolves and basically have them sniff the trouser.
And
To
Harold
capture
goes
the-
back to just staring out at the out of the carriage as the wolves begin to pull the carriage forward and it begins to move.
Yep, and Jayden would re-enter as the wolves walk.
Do you walk in the front entrance or do you go back down the elevator?
Probably back down the elevator.
Okay. For reference, by the way, the front entrance is right here. If
Where?
you'll actually let me ping. I don't know
Oh,
if it
down
will.
here? Okay.
Yeah. Probably he will go back into front entrance and then re-enter.
And can I just go back to Harold?
If you want to leave the situation, just go up to the roof. Yeah. You're allowed to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, it's up to the group, but the group let him go leave.
Well, Jayden would. We got all we needed from Clock.
Henry's too tired. Henry wants to go to sleep.
Yeah, Jayden would. Henry, you can go back to sleep. It's fine. I just needed to try and have you all ask questions. Do be sure that if you do wake up and see Zokarai, do tell him about the clock.
Will do.
Okay.
Hmm.
The
Oh.
kobold finally Carriage. The kobold will just like pet the elf's back and like tell him, don't think about it too much. Weird stuff happens a lot with that fox.
Okay.
Also, in case you guys noticed the lag improved, turned off the dynamic lighting for the carriage because this is not going to work.
Okay.
Yeah,
We'll just
it's
use
a
it
it's
for
a
travel
lot.
maps, but not for the carriage.
It isn't lagging anymore. Can't think.
Yeah,
It's
it was
fine.
dynamic lighting causing it.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I didn't mind either, really.
All right.
Yeah.
Keep
It's
in
not-
mind, Cadmus, it is currently nighttime, not daytime.
I put it at nighttime.
I see you currently staring at the daytime one, though.
Hold on, I'm gonna change it to that map.
I made 4 different versions of the carriage roof, each one corresponding to a time of day.
Mhm.
For those of you at home who don't know what I'm referring to. Anyway, continue. So, it sounds like the situation is resolving itself.
Yeah.
Yes.
Probably show
All right.
clock
Well-
a place.
well-
oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
fine.
Jayden would take Clock to. Well, of course, he would request Sylvester to make a room for Clock, and he would take Clock to that room.
All right. And there's actually already, so you do so. And Sylvester
Yes.
makes a room for Clock.
Mm-hmm.
And real quick, I'm just going to do the lazy thing for now, and I'm just going to duplicate one of my pre-existing maps.
Fair.
Yeah.
Creating a whole new map in the middle of a session is probably not the thing you want to be spending time on.
Exactly.
Also, do I just delete my character and put it back
Yeah.
so that the name appears? Okay.
Well, the name is connected to the token. You just have to change the name on the token.
Oh.
Also, there's already enough bedrooms on the second floor that there's a spare one for him.
Well, I'm still with question mark. I'll try just deleting the token and just remaking it.
That's fine.
Re-putting it. Okay,
No,
doesn't
so I
work.
Yeah, you have to go into the actual token and edit out the question marks.
Ah, okay.
That if you want me to.
I am yanking this room.
Clock,
Yeah, feel
clock
free to
works.
claim whatever bedrooms you want to, by the way, on the second floor. That's up to you guys.
Yeah. I'm gonna do that real quick.
So
Okay.
you show him to one of his bedrooms to his bedroom in the second floor. Which one do you want to give to Clockwork?
Okay, well, I'll just... Oh, so two just casually sips tea. Ooh,
Yes.
what's that? I don't... I just saw the... I don't know how long that message is, but I assume I'll just notice it now and I'll be like, oh, what does this taste like? And I just try to... and I just... Is there another cup of it? Because I remembered him saying that he arrives with like a... I don't know, I forgot the name. He rolled something in, so I assume there's more than one.
Yes.
Like he had a tray and he gave everyone one.
Okay. Ooh, what's
Probably
this?
by now it's a little bit cold now.
Ooh, what's this?
Like I would say while Sorcerer is like walking away and you ask that, like he will say, it's tea.
Ooh. Tastes better than the water I was drinking.
Like while you see him like if you like you can hear the like elevator going up. Nice
Oh.
to know, but next time drink it. He
Okay.
didn't get to finish his sentence while he went up to the.
Okay.
up the-
Guess I'll try to follow them when the elevator can come back down. And the second floor you were saying?
Yeah, second floor, because Jayden will show you to your room.
I'm confused.
And you went with the name Clocksworth, right?
What?
You're going with the name Clocksworth, right?
Yes.
Okay. I am now setting that as your token name and updating all tokens.
Oh,
Apologies, my end is lagging a little bit.
guess I'll have to edit that one last time.
Jayden would motion you to follow him.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Uh,
I was like, where's Jayden? Right in front of me.
Yeah, he would motion you to follow him, and he would take you to basically your room. And he motions to this room here. But this will be where you will be sleeping.
Okay.
If you do have any questions or other things, just ask away.
Sorry, I kind of forgot what's sleeping.
Jayden, kind of realizing he's an elf, meditating. I believe that's what your race refers to. What they do.
oh, yeah.
I would.
Sorry, I haven't been around elves all that often.
And I probably couldn't help you be the best suited to help you really understand them more.
It's alright, you don't have to worry too much. It's hard for me to get used to elves and things.
Clocksworth, do you give them more details on that, or is that all you say on the matter?
What more details could I say? I
Why
haven't
is
read it.
that helpful for learning about elves?
Well, to me it sounded logical. I don't remember anything except that small bit of time I was in the Feywild.
What's the bit I was talking about to mention?
What?
The characters don't necessarily know that.
I thought I said it earlier, but I guess I didn't. Or
I guess you forgot.
So, yes, Clocksworth makes it aware for all of you that he doesn't remember anything before finding the door, really.
Before being in that Feywild place.
Yeah, and even then, he doesn't remember much of the Feywild place other than he doesn't like it and he went through the door and now he's here.
Oh, a perfect match for Cadmus.
A perfect what?
Nothing.
I don't know if you were speaking in your character or not, so...
I was not. I was speaking
Okay.
out of character.
Okay. Okay. Sorry for disturbing you, I guess. I just wanted to
No.
get out of that place.
I understand. Don't worry. Just rest up easy. We're
Okay.
probably going. The wolves are going to keep traveling.
Okay.
Yeah, and Jayden would go to bed. Sad he couldn't finish his game of Dragon Chess with Sortu.
Don't worry, he was probably losing anyways.
Alright, so does everyone basically take a long rest?
Yes.
Not yet. Not yet.
Alright. Not yet?
I wanted to have a little interaction.
Okay.
Also, you're really right.
Cadmus just basically has his hand on Harold's back and just goes, "We will find. I promise." Also, she just takes off his mask for a second. I promise. You have my oath. I will make sure he's back.
Who are you saying that to?
Harold.
Also, it's a bit hard to hear you. You're now muffled.
He takes off his mask so that he could see his eyes and just goes, "I promise, on my oath, on my life, you will get your brother back."
Harold just kind of looks at you and says, I hope so. I fear the worst.
I promise you, I will do my best to keep him safe.
I worry he's already not safe.
Well, let's try and fix that, shall we?
Well, I hope. And that's all he says. He doesn't want to talk anymore.
He just plays his pan flute for a little bit, then falls asleep.
Yeah. And Harold, having recently slept, just kind of stays awake and sits there as he's basically watching out for the carriage, making sure no one sneaks up to try and attack it. All right. So most people take a long rest. Zokarai, you would actually be the first one to wake up because you're already sleeping. So Zokarai wakes up, and also at the same time, Clocksworth, you wake up because you only require 4 hours for yours.
Yep.
Everyone else requires 6 to 8 because of the fact that 6 hours of solid sleep, 2 hours of light activity.
Yeah. And no one tells Zokarai, so that's going to be a funny thing.
Yeah, so Zokarai was sleeping for 2 hours, and by the time this happens, it's basically he slept for 6, had an hour of light activity in his room, and now,
Oh, you're right.
Zokarai just sees Clockwork and just whoops out his gun and shoots him.
Come on now. By the way, Zokarai is in one of these rooms currently. Zokarai, place yourself in whichever room that you are in, as I'm going to comedically say you both walk out your door at the same time.
They just bump into each other.
It's like they both walk out the door and they're both in the hallway and just look at each other.
Okay. I'll move my character in the hallway. Wait, is that on another floor now that I look at who's on the...
Second floor.
Map 2.
Second floor.
Floor 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Am I on the second?
No, you're on the second. No, we're telling Z it's second floor.
Okay.
The only person not here currently is Harold and Cadmus, and they're both on the roof. Also, I will mention it's currently dawn, so Cadmus, go ahead and move to the dawn version of the carriage roof.
I'm gonna dip.
And I will move Harold there.
I'm gonna just also say Cadmus's mask is still off.
Second floor, Zokarai.
Dread is huge. Dread is huge.
Oh my god, that's adorable. That's adorable.
is
I
this?
wanna hug it.
That's
I wanna hug it.
that's Dread if I'm correct.
That's what Dread looks like. It's adorable.
Yeah.
That's the official picture for Dread. That's what he's always looked like.
Oh.
That's adorable. I want to hug it.
Welcome to the person that gave Cadmus therapy.
Alright.
Therapy from that thing.
Why is it so big?
Is it supposed to be so big?
No, he doesn't know how to edit
No.
tokens.
No, okay.
It's supposed to be like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just gotta set the token as that.
Ah, okay, I just noticed the chat. Yeah, I need to keep an eye on the chat.
Indeed. I'll go ahead and
Dragonborn with a kobold face. It's the most adorable thing I ever seen.
It's a
It
mechanical.
looks. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, it looks like it's about to do something very malicious. It looks so. It looks so.
What was that?
It wrestled a crab yesterday.
Yes, it did. Yes, it
Oh boy.
Sorry.
Meanwhile, Cabot said his own thing.
I made it small for you, Zokurai. It's always going to be a small boy now. Anywho.
The hallway. The hallway
Okay,
would be
okay.
you would walk out the same time into the hallway as Clockworth.
And Dred's just following closely behind him. Alright, so you both look at each other, and what's your initial reactions? We'll start with you, Clockworth, while Zokurai types his out.
Okay. Oh, yeah, they did mention they tell someone else. I guess they didn't wake you up.
Do you... Alright. And let's see how Zokurai reacts to that. Also, for reference, Surtur, you're looking at a half-dragon with black scales and skin as well. And, yeah.
And elf ears.
And elf ears. He's like he's seemingly a combination of what you are and a dragon.
Okay.
Just, you recognize that fact. Don on Armor immediately raised his hand. Who the fuck are you? I just woke up. So he donned what looks like an Iron Man suit of armor that covers every inch of his skin and aims a blaster at you and says that.
Oh, right there, criminal scum.
How do you react, Clockworth?
I get the... I just came to the door and then I just arrived here. I don't really know how I arrived on the carriage. They were supposed to tell someone named Zokurai? I don't...
And I'm waiting for his response.
Yeah.
Everyone go drink water while we wait.
Also, I want to imagine I just stumbled backwards 5 feet while saying that.
And I also imagine you have your hands up a bit like, whoa, dude. I mean no harm. Everyone else is sound asleep. Ready attack action looks confused as they say, "That is me. What is your business with me?"
I don't have any business with you. I just heard. I think his name was. I think his name was Jayden. Say that we should tell Zokurai that. That's all I know your name from. If that's... Yeah, no, he said it was him.
Oh god, the mage proceeds to measure with ruler.
Measuring menacingly.
He literally takes out a ruler.
Just casually takes out a ruler. How long will it take?
He's just standing there, measuring menacingly.
I can't help it now. I'm just imagining Zokurai literally takes out a tape measure and just like yeets it with like mage hand.
Yeah, could you hold this for me for a second?
Starts like measuring the distance he needs to shoot someone.
Could you hold this for me? Sure. What is that for?
I see. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Move it all, and I will blast your head to unrevivable pieces. Yes, I want to attempt to intimidate. So, make intimidation check, Zokurai, and Clocksworth, make an insight check.
Okay, go to my character sheet. It's
Yeah,
so
you
weird
go-
seeing my.
you can click in-
It's so weird. It's been like a full week since I saw my character as question mark. So I was looking for my character sheet for a while.
Oh god! Fuck. 6 intimidation.
and you won't run into it. You can tell that he really doesn't mean you harm. He's just trying to sound strong and intimidating. And at this point, I'm going to say Dredd is also in the hallway now. And he's probably just standing in front of Zokurai looking at you curiously. You see this cute little kobold walk out, look at you with a
Kobold.
curious face.
An intimidation is usually a way to intimidate someone if you were to threaten them without harm. So, if you were to attempt intimidation, it means your character is intimidating, but is actually not going to do harm.
Okay. Well, you could tell that. Yeah, you could tell he was doing that basically.
Oh.
Just like me.
Yeah.
It's fine.
No, I will shoot.
It's-
No, I will shoot him.
Next time we'll just shoot.
Ask questions
I'm
later.
gonna say
Shoot
that the
first.
intimidation failed because Dredd walked out first, and he's so cute that you couldn't be intimidating right now.
What?
Boy. Who's this little
What-
boy?
Ooh.
What?
Do you
Points.
actually? That's a good question, Surtur. Do you does your character actually react to how cute Dredd is?
Yeah, I'm just like, ooh, what's this cute thing?
Just imagine it's like, what's this cute thing? It just turns into a giant ass auto turret.
I can picture this good.
What's-
If he was an artillerist, he could, but no, he's not.
Is Zokurai and Z the same person? Because I see
Yes.
Okay.
Z is the username, whereas Zokurai is them talking as their character.
My cuteness is
Wait.
being contested. Always has been. There's gonna be like a cuteness contest sort of, and Dredd enter, and then Dredd just comes out as the downright winner.
And then Persoka steals the show.
No, do not talk as permanent reveal area. Do not.
Dude.
Yeah, I just saw it. I was like, wait, what?
I just
Why you talk as that is because. Sorry, go ahead.
no, I'm just imagining the joke is just. I'm just imagining Karsoka enters a cuteness contest and just loses on the first round because he's a fucking dragon.
Anyway,
Dragons are cute.
gets very defensive and moves closer in a very pissed way. Hey, keep yourself in that spot. Cadmus, get your ass in here now, or someone else. And he yells that out, and I'm going to say all of you heard him, and he disturbed all of your long rests.
Cadmus just immediately just walks down. The fuck is going on?
Then he peeks out the door. It's like,
Oh, it's him.
Jayden also steps out. It's like, oh yeah,
It's him.
guess who? Yeah, this is Clocksworth. He doesn't know his real name, so he just told us to call him Clocksworth. He entered here through a door from the Feywilds. We're all like just tightly stuck in this hallway.
Yes. Yeah, because everyone is just like, what is going on? And I was like, just in front of your room.
Yeah.
Like Kobold Boy is speaking out, not seeing the other Kobold.
Yeah, I want to remind you, Cadmus is 8 feet tall.
Yep. And he closes his door and goes back to sleep. That's fine.
I need my long rest.
No, you don't have a long rest.
I still need to finish it.
It's not finished yet. Technically, you guys have only experienced 4 hours of your long rest so far.
Okay.
This would be part of your
yeah.
2 hours of light activity. That's
Very
required.
fine.
God.
Waiting for Zokurai.
Yep, just like I was like, right.
Cadmus just sticks by Zokurai. You need me to be near you.
You know, also put your character on the map and just, put him up menacingly behind him.
Now I'm just imagining Cadmus just teleports behind Zokarai. It's like,
Yeah.
oh my God.
No. I'm gonna do it right now.
I'm just imagining like Cadmus is just Zokarai's like fucking stand. Like he just enters just like the JoJo pose, and then there's just Zokarai. There's like Zokarai enters a JoJo pose, and Cadmus is just there with like his axe looking threatening as hell.
I mean, Karsoka is officially Hoonry stand confirmed. In a way.
Wrong side. It's behind Dread. Or the other side of the room, because Zokarai's is bottom, Cadmus would be top.
Zokarai says, what a nuisance. So, this just here, and no one woke me up or anything? Great, I'm still tempted to shoot him in the knee, they say with a bored look on their face.
Give them a time, and then you could shoot them in the knee.
We want you to still have your rest.
Come on, we want him to be an adventurer like you, don't we?
Ha 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 ha!
Sorry, I had to.
Why not go
I thought about it
downstairs?
too.
Why not go downstairs, clocks? Might be there might be customers' the cart is still moving, but maybe it's good if you go downstairs. Maybe you can introduce a
I would like every player besides Surtur to start rolling some dice. Everyone besides Surtur, roll me 3d6, except for Cadmus and Jayden, who will roll me... Sorry, 3d20, except for Cadmus and Jayden, who will roll me 6d20. Cadmus, you don't have to roll. You already rolled.
Already did last time. You said it was I got 120.
Yeah. No, d20s, not d6.
Ah, fuck.
Do I have to... should I roll again?
Sword 2, you rolled correctly. Sorry, Sword 2, you rolled wrong. Everyone else rolled correctly.
Wait, should I roll again?
No, Cadmus, you're fine. You already rolled one.
Fuck me, hell.
Haha, 69.
Am I the
Nice.
only one that got a 20 before?
Is there anyone that missed? Cadmus? No, I guess that's roll for Dre.
I got blackjack.
Yeah, roll for Dre.
Here's the
Oh,
funny
God.
thing. I rolled a 1, Zokarai rolled a 1, Ahsoka rolled a 1.
Okay.
Oh,
Keep in mind, on these dice, results of 20 are all that matters.
Yeah, Cadmus got 120.
Okay, so, as you guys were leaving the village, a Chewinga appeared in front of Cadmus, and was wearing his same plague doctor outfit, and just that kind of
They're multiplying!
Cadmus. So now, yeah, Cadmus.
They're multiplying!
What was that?
They're multiplying!
But yeah, there's now just a Chewinga hanging out in the actual carriage that has his outfit, though it's hard to spot, and it gives Cadmus a
Cadmus
gift.
is
Let's
like-
see what he gets.
Evan just lightly smiles and just says, "Hey there, buddy."
Cadmus got the Charm of the Warp. A Charm of Warp. Read it out for us, Cadmus.
Really, the spell I already have?
Go ahead and read it, though.
You gain the ability to cast Misty Step, no components required. Once you do so 3 times, the charm vanishes.
Yeah, which also means it does not take up a spell slot when you cast it that way.
Doesn't do what I cast it normally.
I mean, you can
No, it
cast it
does.
normally, yes, but this way at least it doesn't take up a spell slot.
True.
Either way, so now he has that permanent gift until he uses it 3 times. Mark that down in your character sheet. That will happen anytime you leave a town, and the amount of dice that you roll is equal to every 24 hours you spent in the town, except for Jayden and Cadmus, since they're tied to the Feywild, it'd be every 12 hours.
Yes.
Clocksworth, because of your amulet, it would also be every 12 hours for you. And it's basically just the random chance that a Chewinga finds you cool and decides to give you a gift.
Yeah. Yeah. Jayden, would Jayden see the Chewinga?
Yes.
Yeah, Jayden just stares at it. It's like, huh, freaky.
Camus
Yeah.
just smiles like, it's always a
And-
friend.
Yeah, as you see this, there's now like a mist just kind of emanating from Cactus. It's not very thick. It's just like a light mist is just now constantly surrounding his body for the foreseeable future.
Camus doesn't question, he just smiles and goes, ah, it did that charm, didn't it?
Oxford, do you say anything in response to this?
Why is it misty?
Why is it not Misty? It did the charm of the warp after all. I wrote down every single thing they can do. They like to pose a lot for some reason.
Okay,
Very weird poses.
The Camus, they're literally just Pikmin.
And as you say that, the Chewinga then slides back into one of the pieces of furniture and disappears.
And just like that, they're gone! Yes, they are, Kasoka. Yes, they are, Kasoka.
I don't think anyone else besides Jayden and Clockwork can see it, and
Well,
Cadmus.
everyone saw it when that happened.
Everyone can. It's just the fact that Clocksworth, Jayden, and Cadmus are able to see them more often.
And that's because they are tied to the Feywild, and as a result, the Chewinga tend to innately trust you three more than everyone else.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're all innately tied to nature in some way.
Cadmus just smiles. They like to be booped sometimes.
Yes. They also hide they are everywhere. I mean, you could notice them, but they're very good at hiding, so it's hard to actually notice them.
Usually they sometimes copy my fashion style, though they are always around my shoulder.
Yeah. Anyway, so I'll go ahead and let you guys do stuff from here. Is there anything you would like to do during this carriage ride? We've only got like 5 hours to kill.
Well, Jayden would probably go back to sleep to finish up his long rest, but he'll probably tell Clocksworth to go down to the tavern and possibly like help around if the tavern needs cleaning or anything like that. And Jay will just go back to bed to finish
I'm
up his
just
long
waiting
rest.
for I'm waiting for Zokarai to finish what he's saying before I do what I do.
I'm going to go grab some lunch. I'll be back while you guys do things.
Oh.
You guys entertain the stream while I'm gone.
Okay.
Not a good idea.
So
Not a good idea.
Not a good idea,
Yeah.
but it's the idea I'm working with.
Hey,
See ya.
listen, no. Okay, so here's the thing. So another DM does this as well, where it's like DM goes to do stuff, and then the rest of the cast is like, all right, small light RP, got it. So we're gonna wait
Small
for
what?
small light RP. That's because we are responsible players. Well, I'm a responsible
Oh,
player. I'm a responsible
Most
player.
of us are.
I am a responsible
Most of
player.
the time. Most of the time.
You're making me question what happened to be the most of the time.
Knows what he did.
I'll agree with the elven one. And those invisible little bastards, really, whatever that does not deal with the pest. What I want to think a little. Maybe get breakfast. Oof.
They're not really pests as they are explorers. They like to hang around others, they're tied to nature, and tend to kind of watch what they do. They also tend to hide more around life and just watch everyone else's actions.
That, and also they sometimes might come by granting gifts such as charms like the charm of the warp or Percy's look up Chewinga.
They've done a lot of things. They've given me charms of alchemy. They've given me a lot of treasures over my life. Some I don't even think I deserve. But they know best, I guess.
So to meanwhile is just peeking around out of the door. Not saying much, it's just standing there, nothing suspicious.
Or someone probably question like, "Hi, Sartu, what you doing?"
I forgot who's speaking.
Kursoka.
Kristoka. I'm just making sure no fights happen.
Easy there, Zokarai. Please don't shoot the new guy yet.
Yeah.
Emphasis on the yet part.
Wait, there's no
think-
chaos?
Not yet. Not yet, Elena.
Who?
Oh, you don't hear her?
What?
This is him speaking character, by the way.
Wait,
I
would we have heard her?
Depends on the fairy.
I guess.
She
Hey,
can
little
speak-
midget in his head.
She also can speak telepathically.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Hey,
Oh my god, I'm just imagining, what's the fairy's name? From
Hey, listen.
yeah, that one.
Navi, that's Navi.
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 Navi. I'm just
Hey,
imagining her.
look. Hey,
Hey, look!
Hey,
Link.
Oh no.
Travis is now
Katniss.
Link. Travis is now Link.
oh no, his hair is broken.
his ear whack. The way he walks whack.
No, Tinkerbell only ding. I don't ding. I don't do the ring a ding a ding dong thing. No, no, not me.
I bumped my desk. I probably picked it up.
I just do
Ow.
ooh, ooh, and then rah.
Oh,
Big
so
ooh-ooh.
adorable. Just get
Yes.
free.
Here's Jayden feels the
What?
sense of an ooh coming on.
Jayden hears just randomly his head, ooh, it's just like, oh fuck!
Yes! Just in his head, here's Sylvester doing ooh woo.
Oh no. Oh no.
Who's
We're having too much fun with that.
Ahsoka's not liking this fairy. It's like this one can do cute little rars. I like this one. I will protect this one. It'll become a part of my horde. It's not yours. No,
It
it's not.
belongs to me.
Hey, don't cry. Also, no guns in the hallways. In the rooms it's okay, but not in the hallways.
in the room?
Don't say that, you're just gonna increase your chance of getting shot more.
I have a hot person spell prepared.
So now I'm not sure. I don't know where do I start to. Do I have two questions. What's that high-pitched voice I'm hearing?
Oh, that's from my eye amulet, actually.
Oh.
Her name is Orena. She's from a Parry Up to Health. Wound closure.
Okay. A speaking amulet. Is that what I'm?
I like the comment that Grotchek says here. Tinkerbell?
I'm not watching the stream because I'm.
Tinkerbell.
Just
Tinkerbell does the ding ding. I don't do the ding ding.
But believe me, do not call her Tinkerbell. She got upset last time I did that.
I have one question. Also, what the heck's my 30 HP? I thought I should have.
Yes. Actually, what was that weird armor thing that this Zorkrai person you put on and.
See, he is He is an artificer. That is kind of his thing.
He likes to tinker with things.
So do you at times.
I will just squeeze through to the middle.
Oh, that reminds me. I have things I want to show you. Henry goes and pulls stuff out. I made some cloaks. They are, they look, okay, just player knowledge. They are cloak of the manta rays, and he's holding 2 of them. So, if anyone needs to ever go swim, I got one. Also, best thing a group can have is this. And he holds up a bag of holding.
Jayden is going to take that bag of holding because that would be useful.
Hey, it's for the party, give it back!
And Sotu will like pull out his what was it rapier and like will like kind of slap Jayden's hand.
It's like, sorry.
What's so special about that bag?
Well, it's a bag of holding.
So imagine this. So here, where's small items? Where's small items? So you see this like thin lamp I picked up? I can just drop it in and just boop. See, now it's in. So like.
And now you're gonna have to spend some time taking that out.
No, you don't. I just reach in and just pull it out.
He just pulls out the gun.
What are the gun?
He pulls out an MR13.
Alright, I took that from Zokai last time he tried to shoot someone.
What's it, guys?
Zokai made an MR13. A fully automatic assault rifle.
With a sniper, 2 pistols, 7 hand grenades.
We're having too much non-canon stuff, and I'm struggling to keep up what's really being said and what's not now.
Cadmus,
Wait, what's happening?
Cadmus, when did you put all these guns in here? Cadmus, I made these last night. Why'd you put all them in there?
Let's just
pulls out a Desert Eagle, a Glock 17.
Reminder to our dear fans, any mentions of guns that are not pistols are not canon.
So what? Did the bag go? The things in the bag go elsewhere, or the bag is just bigger in the inside?
It's sent to another plane, to say.
Okay.
As long as you don't put a bag inside that bag, you're safe.
So, yes, don't ever put this other bag of holding inside this bag of holding. I swear to Bahamut for that.
Proceed.
I am very interested to know why, but given how you were doing it, I feel I should have.
Jay will put a hand over Clocksworth. The question is, do you want to die?
Okay.
Jay just nods.
Take everyone with you.
So this other bag of holding will go inside this small little compartment that no one will touch. Got it?
And I am back.
So it's just another replacement.
Yes.
They'll come back.
It's a replacement and any other items that we don't want to be in that bag. That's our public bag. This is our private bag. Closes drawer. Nobody touches it.
Unless we need to make a nuke, nobody put the bag inside a bag. Got it.
Yes.
Okay, but now you've got me interested again. What happens if someone were to do that? What exactly happens?
Jayden just starts pushing Clocksworth to the elevators.
This is just like...
He already lost his memory. He doesn't want a possible maniac to just destroy this cart.
Kursoka's holding Hunori's beak shut as Hunori was about to explain everything about it.
And I just got shoved out of the way. Oh, but I wanted to know. But I wanted to know what happens.
Sortu now sees Dread.
The three cuties together. By the way, Kursoka's cute right now because he has a cuteness evolution. Well, the adorable.
So he's extra cute today.
Yes, he is very extra adorable.
Is that actually an evolution you gave him?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Wow, okay.
And look what it does, by the way.
Also, by the way, Bug. I actually don't know if that was canon or not, but we had we had Elena that basically spoke to everyone.
I'll go ahead and say it's canon. What happened?
We got to know about her, essentially, and funny jokes happened.
But
she's allowed to, as I said, she can speak out loud, quote unquote, but it's in everyone's minds instead of being vocal. But yeah, she can do it in a local area around Cadmus. I'm going to say arbitrarily anyone within 60 feet of Cadmus, she can potentially talk to.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh god.
I guess I'm gonna move to the main floor. I guess that's why Jayden pushed me to the elevator.
Oh god, that's
Yes.
a huge range. That is a huge range.
And
He's
Yes.
arbitrarily picked a huge range. For reference, by the way, 60 feet is also the range of dark vision, which is part of the reason why I did that.
So,
60 feet is just everyone in this room.
well, yeah, anyone, if you're in the center of the floor, they can hear it. But if you're on the elevator, they can't. Especially someone in Sortu's room.
We got a main floor.
By the way, Cadmus, it's a 60-foot sphere, not just a circle.
What is this? What is a sphere versus a circle?
A sphere is a three-dimensional form of a circle.
Oh.
A sphere is a ball, basically.
60 foot up and 60 foot down, too.
Oh, okay.
It affects people on the air, doesn't it?
Yep. However, because of the weird makeup of this carriage, the floors aren't actually directly up or down from each other. They're arbitrarily in different spaces.
You're in the Willy Wonka elevator.
Each
Yes.
floor is effectively its own demiplane. So it gives you an idea of how strong Silvestro is.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Well,
I'm just gonna go.
Yep, Hoonari heads to the first floor, to get some food. Try to figure out what to do.
Jayden, when it once now morning, I'm guessing, would open the entrance door and take a look outside to see if the wolves have stopped.
well,
Harold
That
is
is
not.
adorable. That is legit adorable.
what?
I will say Harold has not moved from his spot whatsoever. He's still exactly where he was before, having not moved.
I was just sleeping and meditating.
Would you all like to know what the environment is outside right now?
Well,
Yes.
okay.
I will say, by the way, when Silvestro wills it, there is the ability to have like an intercom system inside of the carriage. However, it's only accessible to Jayden, so only Jayden can use it, and he can speak to everyone in the carriage at once if he uses it.
Yeah. I guess Jayden will connect to Henry. Is it
Henry!
Harold.
His name is Henry.
Yeah, he would connect to Harold. Harold, did the wolves stop by any chance?
All right. What was your question? I missed it.
Did the wolves stop? Like, stop moving?
Harold says, no, they're just going through grasslands, though they seem to be heading towards a cave of some kind.
Okay, let's see. So,
They're heading towards the mountains.
understood. Be sure to keep resting. My wolves can handle can handle combats and dangers on their own.
And Harold kind of looks down, hears his stomach growling, and says to Jayden, "Does the shopkeep have any of those health drinks again? I could use one."
You'll have to ask him yourself. Well, I can ask him right now. He connects Zokurai, as Zokurai now hears Jayden's voice in his head. Zokurai, do you have any of those weird food potions?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was wrong.
It seems Henry is a bit hungry.
You can make breakfast on either the third floor or the main floor.
Yeah.
There's a kitchen in both floors.
Alright.
Yeah.
Specifically on the first floor, there's a distillery and there is a wine cellar sort of area on the main floor, in addition to the tavern. And on the third floor, there's a proper kitchen with a bunch of cheese in it, as Zirter found. Sorry, as Clockwork found.
I'm gonna just say this right now, Bug.
Yes.
Evis is back on the roof, and he's just meditating on like the Feywild energy and trying to get to terms as to what happened to him last night.
Harold knows you're there, but he says nothing and respects the fact that you're trying to help him.
Like he's sleeping and meditating at the same time.
Apparently, I'm Tinkerbell.
You didn't like that name.
Jayden, Zokurai responded.
We should probably voice it up for anyone listening to this podcast, which is hilarious. Like,
Yeah, which Zokurai probably just said that, not realizing he said it to Henry.
oh, fuck me. I have like 60. Tell him to go to the kitchen. They say pissed at everyone, just speaking his head a bunch.
And Harold says in response, "I'd rather go home. Sorry, I don't want to stop looking." He seems dead set on just staring out. And yeah, he's a man on a mission. Oh God, check. Really? You had to say that in Twitch chat? I'm not repeating that.
And I can't read it because I'm not on your Twitch chat.
I have.
What?
That was
This is called a nuke.
Oh, the nuke. This is
What is this, Pokemon?
Oh no,
I am
Elena, we can't make the nuke.
chicken fried rice.
Speaking
Stop
of
trying to make me hungry.
Seriously, get some chicken fried rice. I'm hungry.
I'm trying to sleep.
Okay, never mind.
No, that actually sounds interesting. Maybe some meat in there could sound nice. I mean, nothing.
Henry would be on the roof, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, Harold is on the roof, indeed. Also,
Henry.
mind if I take a little out-character tangent to explain why he has the nickname Henry? Because it's actually really funny.
Yeah.
Think of how Zokurai accidentally made that nickname.
Yeah, I was also the one to do it because I kept accidentally calling Harold Henry, and someone suggested, why don't you make him his actual name? So I was like, okay, he's now Harold Henry Fitzgerald.
Oh.
Except
I think
it's
that
like,
was Xander and me.
yeah.
Also, by the way, you just see Cadmus meditating and just thinking to himself.
All right. Yeah, so you go to the roof and you see the fact that Zokurai, that you are in fact on the roof of a carriage, and from up here it looks like a normal-sized carriage, which is probably weirding you out to think about. And have you, Jayden, have you seen the roof of the carriage yet?
No, not yet.
it's quite a bit smaller than all of these other floors.
I expected
this sundial.
I expected as much. I saw it on the stream. I flashed between like streams each time.
That reminds me, I should probably go up to there because I have not been moving around the rooms.
And I just saw the message you did not want to repeat.
Yeah,
Listen.
Diana would kill me if I said that message.
I think Chayana said that message with the fairy voice.
Oh, I did not realize.
Neither did I. It's fine.
Well, I did hear Chayana say at least the word woman with the fairy voice. I don't know if she just repeated the message or if she said something else, but
In the kitchen with you, woman.
Honestly, I can just imagine that is what she says to Zokurai.
Oh god, I forgot as long as Cavis is there, she's able to do that.
Alright,
I would
Hera.
never.
Take the
And
damn.
Silvestro allows it. Silvestro allows her to connect between floors, just to say that.
I would never do that.
No, do not give her more power.
Hola. Can you say flores cadena sandwich?
That means make me a set. Gets slapped in the face with bread.
That means bitch make me a set.
Zokurai, they said, and I quote, "To the kitchen with you, woman."
Oh god, no!
Katniss's Periaps said that to you.
Cavis is just mumbling in Draconic, just fuck me.
And meanwhile, I just look at the ceiling and think, huh? Didn't know we had a
The
woman.
ceiling
on
is
board.
racist. The ceiling is sexist today.
I just look up and just say, huh? Didn't know we had a woman on board. Didn't know this. Oh well.
Like, well, I mean, the female voice is a Period, so yes, maybe. I don't know.
Probably.
Jayden, you do know indeed it's a fairy.
Yeah, Jay knows it. He would point out he wants everyone to work it out. He has run into fairies before.
Yeah,
and they're fun to
Sammy knows
interact.
it.
Let's just say what she is kind of fun to be around.
By the way, Clocksworth, when you hear the voice of that fairy, it kind of bothers you a little bit. It's seeming like it's trying to jog a memory, but you don't have memory.
It's trying to jog something I lost. Okay.
Abbas is
yeah.
still meditating and he just looks.
I'm definitely not repeating that, what Zokurai just said.
I agree.
Yes,
I agree.
and better not
respectful to
to.
each other around here.
Oh, come on. I did not mean fairy in an offensive term. You know that.
I mean what Zokurai said. That's Cavis's response.
I'm referring to what Grochek said. He said, "What an offensive name, calling someone a fairy. I thought we had moved beyond such offensive terms."
Coming from the guy who said to the kitchen with you woman, it's weird.
I believe that's part of the joke.
I'm just
I
having
didn't realize it was part of the joke. Obviously.
Yeah, anyway.
That's compliment me to not get things like that.
Jayden would inform Clocksource and Hoonery. We are going to possibly stop at a cave in the mountains, from what I know. Though I don't know why. Gerald went here, of all places.
Who's Gerald?
Sorry, go
Something
ahead.
may have motivated him.
Who is Gerald? My character says, "Who is Geralt?"
Long. It's a bit. It's someone we're looking for. He's.
Oh,
his blood.
Separate.
Separate person, yes. All you need to know is we are on the move of looking for him right now.
Well,
And with that,
Question.
Jayden, after informing Hoonery, Jayden will go up to the roof.
Okay. And that's where I'll move the focus for everyone else.
Are we gonna? Is it day?
Yes,
Or
it's
dawn?
day. Sorry, it's dawn currently.
Dawn. Okay, it's dawn. I'll do that.
Would
quick.
everyone please move to the carriage roof, dawn? You don't need to move your characters. Just go ahead and move your camera focus.
Very well. Also,
I will go along
He
with
still
it.
has his eyes closed and is just looking at everyone. You don't have to all come here, you know.
And now this is for the first time, Jayden, you're getting to see how... This is the first time everyone's getting to see how actually small the carriage is and how big the elevator is in comparison.
About quick question. Which is the front and which is the back?
This is the front.
All right, then I'll just.
This
There's
is
the
the
sundial
back.
in the middle.
Yeah.
How many words can we use with the sending stone again? 20 or 25?
25.
Okay,
25 words.
Okay, cool.
we might need to fix that. We might need to fix that token there. This one.
Hello, puppies.
This one. Yes. These are the direwolf things.
Dawn, you say? Got moving to dawn. There you go.
I also partly did that to be able to differentiate between the two of them.
Fair enough.
I see. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Also, for some reason, I feel like my HP is messed up. I don't think I should be having 30.
I mean, you can all,
up too.
you can also mark them with these if you wanted to do that.
I could. This is, the one on the right is Jesk, and the one on the left is Vesk.
Pretty so.
Abish says
no.
to Jayden and Sylvan, nice, lovely creatures you have. I can see that they're great friends of yours.
Quite so. Well, they're more friends of Silvestro's than mine.
Does
Both of their. Sorry?
Does Jayden know Sylvan?
Yes, he does. He speaks Sylvan.
Right,
Okay, let's double check.
Yeah, there. No, Sylvan.
No. I'm squishy, but right, because I have a D6 for my HP. Never mind. I'm fine.
Okay.
Yes.
You can also thank Silvestro, as these two also know magic, mainly healing magic. So if it comes to a situation where severe injuries are to occur, it's always good to stick by them. They'll focus on healing us.
I could tell that from their energy.
That's good to hear.
Alright, take care, Grotrek. He has to sign off because it's time for him to pack it in. Alright. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're fine.
That's fine.
So, how many hours has all of this sort of taken so far?
That's usually decided by you, isn't it?
Fair. I'll go ahead and say it's taken 3 hours, and it's about 2 hours away until you arrive in your destination. But you are beginning to see that you are entering an area of mountains, but you're specifically going through a forest right now, and down a dirt trail.
I feel like at this point, Hooner would come out to be with the others, along with Chris.
Yes. And at this point, I would like to mention that it might be. Why is Karsoka's thing always getting messed up?
You have to update it. You have to update it yourself, or make it.
Yeah,
default.
I thought I did, but I guess not. Also, I'd like to mention it might be a good idea for someone to potentially fly up and scout and see what the.
I can do it.
I mean, are you sure
Because
you
currently, Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say to Cadmus, like, are you sure you want to go do that alone? Oh gosh, yeah, you have to. So yeah, you're gonna have to. When you go to token editor, you have to go to the far right, bottom right, where it says update default token.
Yeah, I know. I'll fix it. Give me a second. Anyway, you were saying.
It's like, Cadmus, are you sure you want to go do that alone? It's probably best to be scouting in pairs.
I mean, if you're willing to keep up. He just smiles a little bit.
Like, hey, I'm the one who's been flying the most here.
I know. Nothing wrong with it.
The wolves are doing the main line of the tracking. You don't need to fly or scout anyway. But if you do want to try and scout to give us more of an idea of how it looks, go ahead. But stay close to the cart.
You never know.
There
might be someone else nearby trying to maybe waiting to ambush us. Who knows? They are just a cart after all.
I mean, thanks to my moon touch, I can see very well.
I'd like everyone to roll me a d20.
Very well.
Okay.
Very well. I will go along with this.
Oh, yay! Not 20! Nay.
Do I need
Not
Question,
20.
Yes?
Kurumi.
What was your question?
My question was, like, do I need to roll for Hunari and Karsoka, or just a d20?
Hunari and Karsoka, and also Zokurai roll for Dread as well, if you did not.
Should I roll for Jesk and Vesk?
Why 2d20?
Because
Or Jesk and Vesek?
Hunari and
That
Karsoka...
reminds me, I forgot to actually roll for Harold earlier with the Chewinga stuff. Give me a second. Let's see if he got something.
I rolled 2
Three.
fives. Hilarious.
It'd be hilarious if he actually got something. Oh.
So far, it's just Cadmus.
Alright, now he's rolling 1d20 for this.
Should I be up as well?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to be on the roof, you can. Everyone else went up there. You're under no obligation.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know what's going on. Can you go on the tile? Thank you.
So, given all the rules that you gave, I'm going to go ahead and say that Jayden, you notice in the area around you through your perception, you happen to notice the glint of something, and you realize there's currently people in the trees watching you.
Creepy.
Jayden, instantly knowing that there's people in the tree, would I possibly know that this forest, because there are people in the tree, it possibly could be bandits?
You have no idea as to the intentions or affiliations of the people in the trees. You just know there are people hiding and watching.
In one of the glints. Let me look.
You know what a glint is, right?
Yeah. So let's
Also,
just something.
Also, I've been kind of wondering, how does Karsoka get through the small hallways?
Tiny form.
If you remember, it was stated by Jayden that the doorways can grow or shrink for large creatures.
Oh, that too.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
I was just making sure.
And even if it couldn't, squeezing rules are a thing.
Yeah, squeezing rules are a thing. You could squeeze through a small doorway with a large creature.
Yeah. Jayden, he would keep an eye on the glints, but try to make it look like he's not aware of them.
Alright. Then, besides that, nothing eventful happens. You
Okay.
all rolled well enough that nothing bad happened.
I assumed that I was upstairs, by the way, because you had me roll as well, even though I was downstairs. So I was like, oh.
You just had everyone in the party roll, regardless of where they are. This is me for potential random encounters, is what I'm doing.
Okay.
Yeah. Be thankful that none of you rolled a nat 1.
Very true.
Like, I've been rolling terribly.
And also, it's just kind of funny, the scene of just everyone on top of this tiny little carriage.
Yeah, that's why Cadmus is just like trying to squeeze into a corner, just like,
Reference,
be
by the
close to
way,
others.
and do this with a white outline. This is how big the carriage is, tiles wise.
Weird. I was sure it was smaller downstairs. It was bigger downstairs. But
Look at how
He
really
said-
small it is.
yeah, I say that
He
as my
said-
character.
Yeah, Jayden, like, yes, this is a magical cart. It's a gift given to me by my patron.
I mean, with the talking voices and the fact that somehow no one heard that big door shut down, except if they were on the floor, except you, I guess.
Yes,
It's starting to
every
make a lot of sense.
every bit of sense or every bit of action done in the cart, I can in a way feel it happen. So it's under certain circumstances, such if if a thief were to break in, I'd easily be aware of it, or Sylvester would easily be aware of it.
Oh, so that's why you came down and not anyone else.
Yes.
I just happened to be nearby.
Yeah.
Anyways, how much
Changes
longer
nods.
again? How much longer again till we
I
reach the destination?
I believe it's
2 hours, roughly.
yep.
It's okay, Henry. No need to rush.
Well, I'm just more or less kind of wondering when should I Hang on, one moment. Need to get the right word for it.
It's Jayden would look over to Unri. Maybe it's best if you stay on the cart. I have a feeling we're being watched right now.
Question is,
I have a feeling too.
I was wondering if I could, go disappear for an hour to go over and get Upsala here. Which is, by the way, Draconic for father.
Yeah, you have an hour. You have an hour to do that.
I would like to consult him about something. Never mind, not yet.
We're gonna reach our destination in a few hours, you were saying, but what's the destination? I was not here at the start.
Currently, if you remember, Jayden said that the wolves are currently tracking Gerald's scent to wherever he is.
Oh, okay.
That's the destination. They don't know where it is. They just know it's wherever Gerald is.
Okay.
Yeah.
The only reason why they know it's roughly 2 hours is because the wolves are letting Jayden know.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah. Because Jayden is
Because-
telepathically linked to them.
Yes. Jay, of course,
yeah.
still stands there.
All right, and I think for now we'll drop the light RP and just say, what are you guys doing for your final 2 hours before you
At the
arrive?
end of the YRP, Camus just mumbles, "May the light of Gaia have."
What could I do? There's not really much I can. Sorry.
Wanted to interaction with the owl. Okay.
That Jayden will probably be sitting with Henry, waiting till the wolves arrive at the destination.
Camus is still on the roof, just meditating, thinking about past.
Harold welcomes the company. By the way, Jayden, for you specifically, this is an easel that you can paint paintings on if you want to.
The question is, wait, what would my role be for the easel?
If you want to roll, like, you would roll, what would you roll? Probably...
Oh, you're gonna talk with Camus. Camus is just
No.
like, you want to?
Oh no, no. Jayden actually walks over to the thing and he actually is gonna start painting.
Yeah, you don't have painter supplies, but you don't have proficiency in painter's tools, but I'll allow a performance check if you want to.
I'll roll it. I'll roll my performance to see how well I paint.
There's no creativity skill, so...
15. 15.
Nice. You managed to paint surroundings in a very Bob Ross sort of way.
Yes, Camus does know how to make scrolls.
You like making happy little trees on the painting.
Yeah, he does like simple little art stuff. So he's like,
Yep. And you find
Okay,
whenever
sorry.
you finish the painting, you're able to remove it, and a new blank sheet appears on the easel.
yeah, Jayden like does that. And he will hand the painting he made, which probably would instantly dry up because magical paint, probably or something.
Actually, Bug,
Yes.
would Camus know how to make spell scrolls?
Yeah. Why? Do you want to try to make one?
Yeah.
Keep in mind, you're not in the town, so do you have someone to cut down the time to 2 hours?
Technically, Hoonery.
Because you're gonna need someone who's proficient in Arcana and someone who's proficient in, like, calligraphy, which I don't think anyone is.
Not sure, Zokurai.
No,
Zokurai.
but is he proficient in calligraphy?
Okurai is proficient in calligraphy?
No, Arcana.
Oh, well, yeah, you have that for Arcana. Surtur,
What?
are you proficient in, Clocksword, are you proficient in calligraphy?
No.
Okay.
Don't think, and I hinting to do the trans proficiency thing, but I probably wouldn't have if I picked. I'm just gonna say I didn't bother doing it.
If you, do you want to inform them about that ability that you have over the course of 2 hours?
Sure. Yeah, do I just post it here to make it simpler, or?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. I suppose if I click it, it'll copy it. No, it doesn't. Okay, I'll just. Okay. Oh, right. I need to.
You can click the speech bubble.
Oh, the speech bubble. Oh, okay.
Gain 2 proficiencies, each one with a weapon or tool.
He can give himself temporary proficiencies thanks to his race.
Oh, he's an. Ooh.
Yes, that's why I said he's not from the Feywild. If you read his bio on his character, it actually tells you a bit about astral elves.
I'm gonna look. I'm actually curious if I can find it.
I love Sordu's last message.
Yeah.
I kind of lost my writing feather, and being, that they would motion to the feathers awkwardly with their clawed hand. Now I just have the mental image of Hoonery being like fine and him plucking a feather from Hoonery.
I know.
One damage. Just one damage.
One piercing damage. That's funny.
Also, my character is wondering who this is.
Who is?
Harold.
Oh,
Because I didn't see it.
would you like to spend 2 hours talking to Harold? Well, not 2 hours, but
Maybe not 2 hours, especially given the few that you said. I would doubt, even if I wanted to, I'd be able to spend 2 hours talking to him.
Right.
Yep.
So you two spend time knowing each other, and I'll give you a background on Harold. Harold basically says that he was missing his brother, and he and his brother often spend most of their times either wandering around from town to town or doing gladiator fights. And he also tells you about Guardiana in general and how arena fights work.
He spent more time with me than with the other people around, but I guess he didn't know me, so that makes a bit sense.
He also can sense that you are a very curious person, and he likes people who ask lots of questions.
Okay.
Jayden would the paint that Jayden makes. When he's like done making it, he would hand it over to Henry as like a little gift thing.
Henry takes it and smiles a little and just sets it aside on the carriage and continues looking for Gerald. And I also just noticed the conga line behind Jayden.
Like, I just imagine everyone just speaking over the shoulder.
Just trying to see what Jayden is drawing.
Yeah. And Dred's just trying to look by looking between
I
the
just know
legs
what
of
Camus
people.
is doing right now.
Camus opens his eyes as his eye sockets of the mask seem to glow orange. You want to talk, Zook?
You
Sorry,
didn't, put, you didn't put more chillaxing in that voice. He has a more chillax surfer dude voice. Don't make me put on
Or
Hicksman
that.
loans.
Wanna talk, Stoke?
Oh, by the way, Jayden, the main entrance to the cart is here. It's actually in the back.
Yeah, I know that.
That makes sense.
That's what I was
Okay.
asking.
And yeah, the elevator. And the funny thing you notice is that there's 2 elevators on every floor, but both of them converge on this one elevator on the roof.
Okay, I was starting to wonder if just Harold wasn't just on the other elevator.
No,
because that's where it would be if there was a second one.
yeah. You probably just shake your head and you just go, magic.
Yeah. At this point, in 6 hours, I've seen a bunch of weird things that don't make much sense already, so I'm just like, oh, okay.
Right. And you have so little memories that you're like, oh, this is how things work. Okay. Also, for reference, Jayden, this is a sundial. In case you want
Yeah.
to know it.
I expected it to be a sundial, yeah.
Oh, I did not.
Yeah.
I thought it was something else. Oh well.
Yep.
All right.
Uh,
Anything else you'd like to do before we just zoom to you getting into your destination?
How long would that talk with Gerald take?
Let's say an hour.
Well, I'm doing things with Zook right. I'm just waiting for him to finish.
Okay. Oh, I accidentally pressed the mute button on my mic.
Alright.
He just looks at Zook right. Skip. You want me?
Alright.
Open the character sheet again. Trying to
After
do it
these,
fast.
after the small conversation with Sortu, Hooter would go and summon Brishnox. We'll call forth upon.
It feels comfortable wearing it for. I can show you that looks privately off. So apparently people react weirdly with it off. So I don't even know how it looks.
Is there enough? Oh, what?
I'll go ahead and say, by the way, you can all move to Carriage Roof Day if you want to, because it's officially day now.
Okay. Oh, stuff are being dragged upstairs. I'll move to Carriage Day. Carriage Roof Day.
I went ahead and moved it.
Oh, I was finishing the comment as I got moved.
Yep. It is officially daytime.
So does that mean I would have? You said it took an hour. Oh, but then I would have to inform people with the trans proficiency, anyways. Okay, never mind.
I guess. I don't have that much mirrors on me, you know. Water, though, I haven't.
Sorry, go ahead.
I feel like we should discuss this privately soon.
Also, for reference, by the way, in case you're wondering why Henry's icon still looks a little janky despite me having half ogre icons properly now, it's to differentiate him from a normal half ogre. Until I get better art of him, which I'm sure Kayana will probably draw at some point.
Was it Kayana that drew Dread, or was it someone else?
It's just an image I pulled from the internet.
Okay, since you mentioned Kayana drawing stuff, I wasn't sure if it was her.
Yeah. Yeah. Kayana is going to do art for a few characters in the campaign, but that will be later.
Oh, wait, you have to update her on certain things with Camus.
Like what?
Certain things.
I'm drawing a blank here. DM it to me.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Sortu has obtained the Hoonery's feather quill.
I thought you were about to say like the Sword of Light or something. I'd be like, what?
Oh yes. He tamed this Sword of Light. He tamed the Warrior's Light outfit. Everyone prepare to roll initiative. It's time for a raid.
It's not Final Fantasy 14.
Too bad. I don't care. I love that thing.
Who drew the sword of light? We're meant to gank! Gank!
Yes. Also, by the way, which room?
What room?
Zokurai's just going to talk to Cadmus privately, and also Cadmus is going to show him what's underneath the mask.
Okay, that would probably be in your guys' bedroom. Why did I just assume that you two share a bedroom?
Because they're secretly dating. That's what. No, they're not. They're definitely not. They're not. I'm only doing that as a joke.
Not too bad.
Legend of Zelda hand in the air with the feather floating.
Anyways, don't mind us, don't mind us, don't mind us. Anyways. Yes.
Anyway, so anything else before we just wrap this up and head to the first encounter of the, well, technically second encounter of the session 2. First encounter was, the little scuffle between Jayden and Surtur.
Hello.
Yeah.
Nothing specific, just in that whole entire timeline, just in this whole entire time frame, Zokurai now knows why Cadmus is hiding.
Yeah, so Zokurai now knows about that thing?
Yeah, now he has knowledge that nobody else knows on that.
Okay, cool. Have you actually told the player that, or just the character?
I did.
Good. Well, I asked, have you told one or the other, and you said yes.
Technically, the only one who'd be really curious, because, close friends of past, it would be Hoonery, but Hoonery's busy summoning someone right now.
To be fair, it's something that recently happened.
True.
And he is not even sure of what to make of it himself.
Would you actually tell Hoonery?
Not until he fully understands what it means.
Okay. So, anything else before we get to before we get to the next encounter?
Nope.
Do you have anything, Clockworth, Jayden? Sorter?
Not really.
Okay.
Aside from just saying that I had casted Goodberry when I was back in the main floor, I just typed it in the chat because people were there, so now I have, I guess, 9 Goodberries on me.
Xander, take it away, God.
Take it away, guys.
Do Goodberries have weight?
Do I have? I don't.
What was that?
No.
I assume Goodberry. Is there a weight for Goodberries? Because I put it in my inventory.
No, there's no weight to good berries, or at least it's negligible weight.
Okay.
Unless you have a whole
Like
barrel
half-
of them.
Like 0.1 a pound.
No, they weigh like something like 0.001 pounds or something. It's a tiny amount.
Yeah.
Where
And
you
if
need
it doesn't,
for them to even matter.
I mean, and if it doesn't make sense with physics, you can just call magic and stop it there.
Chalk is weightless. Good berries are weightless.
Yes, if chalk is weightless, Goodberries are weightless. I agree. I think a piece of chalk would be heavier than a Goodberry.
Yeah, and chalk is officially weightless in 5e. So it's still never mind. We're not talking about physics right now.
We're talking about getting
Anyways, off to the cave.
Shockmaster.
cave,
Off the cave, yes.
The cave.
Yeah.
Into cave.
On to the cave.
We spent
Alright.
how many hours so far? Almost 3.
Almost 3, yes.
Yeah. We have not done any form of combat other than possibly threatening to kill Clocksworth.
Twice. Well, one was it? You weren't really that threatening, but Zokrai was really. Yes, and I'll do it again.
Man, makes you wonder how Thanatos acts. Shrugs.
I don't remember who's in. Is it bad I don't remember who Thanatos is?
Someone from my campaign.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, apologies, this map takes a while to load. It actually has a good amount of entities in it.
That's fine.
Yes, insert plug while he does that. Hi, guy. Oh, wait, hang on. Bug Boy, is it okay if I promote myself?
Yeah, go ahead and promote yourself.
Okay.
If I'm allowed to, you are allowed to.
Alright, cool. Alright, everyone on Bug Boy stream and on YouTube of both ends. Hi, I am Blue Draconics. I, run other campaigns as well. One that's later tonight. I unfortunately do not have the ability to plug myself over in Bug Boy's chat, but no, it's Blue Draconics 381. I'll be actually.
You can post up both money.
I was actually just about to do that.
Yes. And now I'll drag all the players, so all of you will now experience lag, just FYI.
Oh god.
Ah.
Ah. Oh god.
I informed you, it will take a while to load. It's a big map.
Okay, I'm opening my Game Boy.
Wait,
Good idea.
So you're telling me
It loaded.
Alright, give me a moment. I'm pulling up my Switch. I'm bored.
Map, there you go. Mine loaded up quite quickly because I just had to refresh.
Where are we
Okay.
starting? Oh, there!
No, I'm really not, I should probably...
Actually,
I forgot Camus literally makes the area light.
I'm going to load up a Roll20 view for player view. That way, if you guys peek at my screen, you won't find me. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say, you guys aren't allowed to watch my stream while I actually do it.
Cadmus?
That's fine.
Cadmus.
Okay, closing up probably before I. Oh, fuck it! Because there were multiple tabs open, it just focused on it to be like, hey, do you want to close it? Yes, I wanted to close it. To not see it. Thank you for showing me. Fuck.
Forget what you saw.
I just saw a white screen with text.
Okay. Anyway, just letting you know.
That's a bit too far.
Yeah, that's why I clicked away before I said that, because I wanted to make sure no one accidentally saw it.
Actually, this is probably as far as we are gonna go right now, because there's so many of us.
Yeah, there's a lot of us.
Yeah, and all of you are starting basically in the entrance, so... And also, let's go ahead and roleplay this. So, as the carriage comes by, all of you are basically either outside or standing in the entrance, so don't put all your player characters in just yet.
Sorry.
I'm just putting mine in here for, so I don't, like, drag drop and all that.
Okay.
Okay. So, as the carriage begins to pull up on destination, the wolves stop. You see it's at an entrance to a cave. However, there's something ominous about this cave, and you begin to hear the sound of bats. It's like the wolves come up and a swarm of bats fly out of the cave and up into the air and away. There's clearly something in the cave, but evidently this is where Gerald's scent stops.
Camus just activates his moon touch.
Jayden would stare into the cave.
Camus
Heddled.
activates his moon touch and has his shield out.
Is everyone ready to... Is everyone... is anyone staying behind?
Quick question. Is there enough space for Harold to enter?
Yes.
Squeezing rules, so yes.
Okay, well then, if everyone does enter, then Jayden will desummon the carriage and the wolves.
Okay.
Okay,
So everyone enters and the
seeing
carriage is
that,
now gone.
thinking,
Actually, is it possible if I could just desummon the carriage and just keep the wolves and have the wolves follow with us?
No, they're a package deal.
Okay, then never mind. Yeah, desummon the wolves and carriage.
What was your
yeah,
question?
seeing that I would, seeing that we're probably going to adventure in dangerous territories, I'd like to, before I even try to enter the cave, I'd like to cast my gift of alacrity on myself.
Yes, you may. Do you cast on anyone else or just yourself?
It's a range of touch, and I can only do one per long rest. So,
Are you
I'll
allowed
cast on
to
myself.
cast it with spell slots normally afterwards?
I don't think so. I'm trying to remember where I got it from.
Fey touched.
Fate touched. Okay. Fate touch. Fate. Fuck! I forgot to write it.
Oh,
Oh well.
That's fine.
I'll assume no, and
we'll just say
I'll
no
ass-
for now then.
yeah.
Okay. Does everyone have their spells and stuff prepared?
I
Because
have,
you all finished with the rest, so now you can change your spells if you want to.
Yes, I changed my spell when I was in the carriage already.
I'm already good with my spells.
I already
Alright.
have my spells.
Yes. Zachariah, are you ready? And Cabas. About.
Yeah, I'm already in the front. I'm here.
Okay. Then on my signal, everyone click your character. Everyone place your character tokens at the entrance.
And I will do my best because, I have quite a bit. I have a large Kersoka that actually doesn't shed any light, apparently, or
Is
any
there-
vision.
Is there a way I can put the D8 onto the initiative roll when I click, or every time I click initiative, I'll have to also roll 1d8 every time?
There's a way to actually do it. If you go into your character sheet and there's like that gear icon, there's an initiative bonus number that you can add it on there.
Okay.
Um,
Initiative modifier, but
yeah,
I
that's right.
roll. So, do I roll now for the result, or do I roll every time? Do I write 1d8 in the initiative modifier?
Roll 1d8 now, and then whatever that result is, that's your bonus for the next 8 hours.
Okay. Okay.
One.
Better the one now than earlier with the random encounter stuff.
Because if you did it earlier, the random encounters, instead of seeing a glint, you guys would have had first warning being crossbow bolts. But yeah. Sorry, go ahead. What was Jayden, you were saying something?
I'm rolling for...
Nothing.
Alright, his HP is 26. I'm just rolling for Brishnocker's HP.
Okay. Alright. Does everyone have their character tokens on the board?
Yep.
I have all mine on the board.
Nope.
Your army, your like
5 seconds.
army of minions.
Alright, then everyone click your character token and roll for initiative.
Okay.
A quick question I want to ask everyone: are we going stealthy or
Stealthy. We want to be stealthy. I prepared
Does
cast...
anyone
Okay.
act without trace?
Yes, I do.
Then, do you want to cast it before you guys enter to be extra stealthy?
Yes. I'd like
Okay,
to cast...
everyone plus 10 to their stealth rolls now.
I will mark out my
I'll do
character
that.
sheet.
Same.
I'll mark that here with stealth.
Alright, I go to a core then roll initiative. After clicking on character sheet, right?
There you go. No, I put that in my survival.
Alright, wait, that's right, I forget. There's, Brishnox rolls is on the same turn as me, or he's by himself, I forget. Darn it.
I believe, isn't it that he takes a turn right after yours?
I know
Yeah.
Hunary does. I mean,
That's how
Fisto.
Find Familiar works. So if it's however Find Familiar works.
Alright then,
We
yes.
put plus 10 to stealth.
Yep, you have plus 10 to stealth, so every roll you do, you're just gonna add 10 to it.
Yeah. I already did that.
Yep, same.
I need to actually make a macro, well, not a macro, but a thing for that. Pass Without Trace is a second level spell. Yes, it is. I have 1 spell slot of that remaining. Thanks.
Yeah. I think we're going to have to rearrange how we're placed in the cave.
How am I getting that 20 on initiative?
I don't know. Because of your Cadmus?
For Cadmus, anything happens.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't know how true that will be.
I better keep this up. Also, I forgot to place that down Herald. Right.
Oh yeah, I'm also gonna do
We
something.
have to move elsewhere then.
I am gonna do something. Jayden is gonna swap out his great sword. Is it okay?
No,
Yes.
wrong
He's gonna
one.
swap out to his. He's gonna swap out from his great sword to his heavy crossbow
Radius within 30
as he summons his heavy crossbow into his hand or hands.
Alright, question, can anyone see my auras?
I can see it. Can anyone else?
No.
Nope.
I
You
can't.
just make it visible to everyone instead of just visible to editors, which is what currently is, probably.
Let me go check out token editor. R1C. And there we go. Got it.
Man, I'm having so much lag right now.
Alright, do you guys see it now? Oh, no, I didn't update it. Update all tokens. Okay.
Ah.
There you go.
You must be within that range of Hunary
Ah.
in order to be within Pass Without Trace.
So while we are
Note-
in that, we have plus 10 to that. Okay.
Yes, and you leave absolutely no tracks or trace of your passage.
And this is
Alright, so has everyone rolled initiative?
Yep. Camus like Perry is going first.
Yep. Cadmus, you're taking point.
Very terrible.
You're in a cave, and Gerald is somewhere in here, seemingly. However, as you're walking into the cave, as everyone's walking to the cave, they see weird stone statues of scared men standing around through the hallway.
Oh no. That's not good. That's immediately not good.
This hallway, I assume?
Yes, that hallway.
What?
Hang on,
Jayden,
heads up. We can
uh,
only see up to here, just a heads up.
Yep, I know.
Alright.
Hey, what was your question, Jayden?
No. I was gonna ask if Jayden would know what causes, but if I don't ask that.
You could make me a nature check or survival check.
Let's see.
Also, it's not even Jayden's turn, so wait until Jayden's
Yeah.
turn.
That's on ya.
Cadmus.
Cadmus, do you want to make a nature or survival check to see if you know
Yes.
what's going on? Jayden, do you want to give him help instead of doing it on your turn?
I can give him help, yeah.
Okay, then you can add a +5 to your thing, Cadmus.
I thought help gives advantage.
No, help gives a +5.
Okay.
Hunary, do you cast guidance, or did you give anyone guidance before they went in here?
Actually, I did not. No, Hunter did not think of giving guidance.
All right, so Cadmus, roll me either nature or survival with a +5. Cadmus,
Box.
Why are they AFK?
hello.
Oof.
Hang on, we can check. Cadmus, yeah, Cadmus is wow. Cadmus now AFK. Wait. Yeah.
If you're talking, Cadmus left.
Oh, Cadmus left. Internet problems, I bet.
Might be internet.
Welcome back, Zokarai. Cadmus is evidently MIA. Huh.
I hope nothing
That's
bad
important.
happened. I really hope nothing bad happened.
You know what? Let's just take a break. How about we all take about a 15-minute break and we'll come back?
He's back. He's back.
Oh, okay. I'll go grab some more water, I guess.
Now I think we all should take a break.
Yeah,
we'll also be
that's about to start. So let's all take a 15-minute break and come back.
Okay.
Yeah, let's
Okay.
so I'll
gonna
quickly
check
bring him into voice and
Intermission.
speaking.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have an intermission screen, so y'all you speak. I'm gonna go use the restroom.
Yeah, I'm gonna be right back as well.
Someone interchain streams. Maybe I don't know, something. Don't get us our streaming license revoked, please.
You have a streaming license?
I don't.
Okay, well, I'll go and grab something to eat then, since it's 1:30.
I was right. I should open my windows. Welcome back, Diana. I'm back as well. I've grabbed a big old glass of water and what's left of my chocolate bunny from Easter. Also, yeah, sorry about the lag. I'm trying the new dynamic lighting system. This is my first crash run with it. If it becomes too much of a problem, we just won't use it from this point onwards. We'll see. Right. I should grab a fork. Grab that. I have returned.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Who? Oh. I take it Cadmus is the one currently listening.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll add him back in.
Oh.
Invite to speak.
Yeah, I didn't fully notice that until now. Right. It's fine.
Indeed. Welcome back, Hoodie.
Yeah.
So, as I was saying earlier, this dynamic lighting system is just me trying it out. This will be mainly a test run, and if it becomes too much of a problem over time, then, yeah, we'll just stop using it.
Yeah, it definitely takes a lot.
It's unfortunate. I'm not sure what I would do otherwise. I could try manual lighting.
I mean, that's what I used to do when I had it. It's just, I had dynamic. I had I can hide areas and such.
Do you want me to
No.
take you guys out of the cave and then try to set that up and then come back since it won't break anyway?
No, let's try this test run out from here. And then we can test these out another time.
Yeah. This is our test run. This is our crash run on it. And it's even lagging my system. Granted, I'm also streaming and I see all the NPCs. Partly the lag is due to the stuff I have in here, not just the lighting, but the lighting's the biggest part.
You have a lot of entities in here. We also have a lot. Also, I do not have.
Yes, we do.
Yeah. Also, Persoka does not give me any. It does. Oh, he does give me dynamic.
Has vision. He just does not have dark vision because he never told me if he does or not.
No, he shouldn't have dark vision, as far as I know.
Then that's the reason why it doesn't look like he has vision, because there's no torches in this place at all.
Yeah, I was like, wait, nothing was adjusting when I was moving him. That's only Brishnox, and Brishnox doesn't matter for the most part.
Yeah. Because this is a natural cave, so why would there be anything in here that is illuminating things?
That's not what I was just worried about if the characters themselves had dynamic lighting that I had access to.
Yes.
Oh, wait. Do I have...
Yeah.
Should I make that roll, by the way? Because I just...
Roll?
Survival or nature with a +5, because Jayden is helping.
Yes. Go ahead and make that roll. We'll wait until everyone gets back from their break, though, to actually say what it means. Does that make sense?
I'm gonna make... Wait. D20 +5 +5, right?
Yep. Either survival or nature.
Yeah, you should be getting... Either way, you're getting an 11 on the roll, at least.
Okay.
Okay. I'll wait until everyone's back from the break to say what that means.
Anyways, here's my...
I am very...
Go on.
I am very sorry for what happened. My internet just reset itself.
Oof.
That's fine. It happens. I'm currently making my way with a fork through a chocolate bunny, so something I made.
Oh.
I have what's left of my chocolate bunny from the Easter.
Ah.
I figure, hey, what better time for candy than the big events of Monday?
You know what? Fine. I'm gonna go grab my... I'm gonna go pour myself a bowl of pretzels.
Once again, reminds me of the one quote. Don't forget Saturday. You need them all to be in one place.
Yes.
Just
Just like how I have a second campaign later today.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Sleep in the...
What was that, Kayana?
Nah.
Okay. Yeah, I'd say, is everyone fine?
Is everyone back?
I don't know if Jayden's back. Oh, you're finishing artwork and stuff. Okay. Jayden, have you returned?
Are you existent?
No, he is not. So do not as well. Okay, we'll wait until they get back.
There we go.
I hear the jingling of Tic Tacs.
No, I just made a little bowl of M&Ms.
Okay. I would ask Surtur a question, but I just realized he's deafened. So, how are you guys liking hanging out with Surtur so far?
So far, so good.
I like it.
Cool. Yeah. He's a fun guy to hang out with. He
I
was
think
bored.
we're BRB'd right now.
What was that?
Or, Xander, I think we're BRB'd. So I think you can talk.
I'm still streaming though.
Oh!
Silly boy.
Do you want me to... Actually, I can mute the desktop audio so that no one can hear him.
Hello.
Hello.
Brandon's back. You just experienced my shitty internet.
There, I muted both the desktop audio and the microphone audio, so no one on stream can hear us. If you want to talk, Zokurai.
Oh, one more. I do that on my end as well if you want.
Oh, I'm going to undo that now.
Okay.
Welcome back, sir.
Welcome back.
I just got back. I just grabbed some soup because it's cold right now, and soup is nice.
Soup boy.
Alright, so I will go ahead and because I said this earlier, but people weren't here. This is a test drive of the dynamic lighting system. If it becomes too unbearably laggy, I'll just go with a normal lighting system next time. But
okay.
Since I got the new fanciness thanks to Fox, I wanted to try it. I didn't.
It's not too laggy.
Oh no!
Oh no, Kayana! Headphones died.
I'd say a joke that this is why I use wired headphones, but no, I'm not that much of a cunt.
Wow, language.
All of you know me well
Cousin
enough.
couldn't hear us.
I have burst like a sailor in near flame a lot.
Okay.
Yes, I also cuss a lot.
Okay, well,
Like-
Zuckrai, if you want me to control your character, I can go ahead and do so, since you cannot control your own.
You're the one that got me to goddamn Umbreon do the scorpion. Get over here, you bitch.
The Umbreon, the Scorpion get what?
It's a thing to our PMD thing.
Okay, I won't question. Not my
Just
place.
eating a Nickade.
That was me moving you, Clockwork. Don't mind that. Zokrai's not even on the board. Let me drag Zokrai onto the board.
No,
Exists
he,
right now.
No, he is. He's hiding.
He's underneath Dread. Why is he underneath Dread?
Because Dread is on.
Because Dread is protecting him.
No, he's obviously using Dread as cover.
There. Now he's no longer hiding behind Dread.
Right, I need to click the eye. Well,
That is on his
it's linked in the chat now.
Okay, so Cadmus made the roll, and he rolled a 19. And Cadmus, do you tell the others what this means?
Would it harm anyone?
I'm going to tell you that as you see these, you remember an old tale in your head that you remember from back in the swamp. And let me go ahead and read this out.
Yeah,
What was that?
I'd be saying this to everyone.
No one carves statues of frightened warriors. If you see one, keep your eyes closed and your ears open.
Well, shit.
I fear the worst.
That is all you know.
No, that's why I said I fear the worst and not what I was about to say.
Ah.
Boy.
Because Cadmus is trying to still remain optimistic.
Jayden is going to grab he's going to rip a piece of fabric from his clothes and he's going to blindfold himself with that.
All right. On your turn. So Zokarai, it's your turn.
Yes.
I guess technically I'd allow it since this is kind of before combat, so you guys can all do things.
Yeah.
However, when we actually do normal turn advancement, it'll be Zokarai next.
Hmm.
Does that make sense?
That's on.
Yeah, just don't leave that general area, or else, yeah. Is there any preparations you don't want to do before you go further into the cave?
Actually, wait. There is something Cadmus would do before we move on.
One moment.
He would try to kind of put something inside the mask to kind of block his vision slightly.
Sorry, they just yelled in the other room that they're home. I missed what you said. What?
He would kind of put something in his mask to kind of, he would kind of put in, like, some herbs inside his mask to block his vision.
Okay, so you're blocking your vision. Who else is blocking their vision?
Jayden is blocking his vision, of course, switching back to his greatsword.
Letting you know, it's in the mask, by the way.
All right. Hoonery, this is relevant to your character. Does Karsoka have keen smelling?
Karsoka does not have any keen smelling, unfortunately.
Okay. Then are you and Karsoka also blinding yourselves effectively for a while?
Henry's thinking about it, it's like, you should be fine, right, Brishnox?
There's already a statue.
Brishnox just kind of looks at you and just closes his eyes.
Oh, we're all going blind. Okay. I'll repair this.
Harold rips off a little piece of cloth from his shirt and ties it around his head like a blindfold.
Camus would explain to Zokarai and everyone. If statues are made because of somebody, then I feel like it's best for us to limit all chances of us.
And you go ahead and know that since no one carves statues of scared soldiers thing is referring to petrification. You do know that. These soldiers, these aren't statues. These were petrified people. You know that. And I assume you would tell everyone else that too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, sounds like an important thing to not skip.
All right then. I guess we're all blindfolding ourselves. All right, and he goes takes some piece of cloth and just ties it around himself.
All right, you all will have the blinded condition.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
Yeah.
I didn't hear what Surtur said. What did you say? Clockwork?
Oh, I was like, well, I guess I should do the same.
Oh, okay. You all have the blinded condition, which means a blinded creature can't see and automatically fails any ability check that requires sight. And attack rolls against the creature have advantage, and the creature has disadvantage on attack rolls. All right. Now, if you'd like to move further into the cave, we will go to Zokarai's turn.
Yeah. There's one thing. Jayden would converse with Sylvester in his head, asking him simple questions about if there are other ways to counter sight-based petrification other than blindfolding ourselves.
Sylvester only smirks and says, "Greater restoration, maybe." In a sarcastic tone, because he knows you have no access to that.
Jayden is just like, haha, very funny.
Yep. All right. So, Zokarai, what will you do? What do you want to do with your character on your turn?
I like how we just skirt past Cadmus and Dracul both arguing with each other.
You have an action. You can move fully. You're able to still move while blinded, and you are able to basically feel around and like find your way around. So it's not like it stops your movement or anything. You can do all your normal actions except you can't see. So you're relying on hearing and smell right now, and touch, obviously. Does Dread have their eyes closed?
Can Dread even be petrified?
And constructs get petrified.
What?
That's a good question. Go check that in your character sheets. Check for the spirit statue, check for Dread. Let me know, and I'm going to be checking as well. Because that's actually a good question. I don't know if they are. I do not think they are, though.
I need to go look
No, they're immune to exhaustion and poison, not petrification.
I think just skills.
So, Dread could... Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was muttering to myself. Go on.
Dread could still be petrified, yes. So, are you going to have them close their eyes or not?
Damn it.
Rules.
We're about... well, he does that. If he dies, it don't matter, so I won't have him close his eyes, but I'll have them look at the floors only. Okay, fair enough. So, Yeah, you don't necessarily need to close your eyes as long as you just don't. Well, okay, the advice tells you to close your eyes or blind yourself, so. Anyway, so you're going to move Dread forward.
Meanwhile, Dracul in Cadmus's mind is just cursing him out for blinding himself, giving him a weakness.
And he's able to make it basically up to where Cadmus is, given how far back you guys are. Actually, sorry, up to where Jayden is.
Yeah, Jayden will basically grab. We'll grab. What's his name's hand? The chest now. Scroll around to look for.
Your turn.
Sorry.
It's fine.
Instinct.
Are you going to move yourself as well, Zokrai? I'm just asking so that I can drag your token. Are you going to move yourself as well? Yes. Oh, thank you. Okay. Sorry, I'm still streaming. So. Sorry, that was my dad. Anyway, all right. So that is the end of Zokorai's turn.
Meanwhile, Dracul is just cursing out Cadmus. Okay.
That doesn't sound.
Any action, bonus action, reaction you want to do, Zokorai, before we end your turn? Also, what do you think of the ambient music?
Ambient, good.
It's not playing.
Stop playing.
Oh,
Yeah, just stop. Oh, it just restarted.
It's very quiet. I'll turn it up a little bit.
No, it's just not playing. It's like paused for me.
Yeah, it's paused for me. It's. Oh.
Let's start it again.
There we go.
Okay.
There you go, yeah.
One plan if we fight this thing even.
Smartu, you're up.
Yay, I get to blind myself.
Opera lags a lot. Firefox would honestly be the best.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Sotu would blind himself.
Yeah, Chrome isn't as good as Firefox, but Chrome is still better than Opera. Did Sortu blind himself?
Yeah, Sotu will blind himself.
Okay. All right. So you can. Are you able to move your own piece, or do you want me to move your piece?
I can move myself.
Okay. What would you like to do? You have a movement, action, bonus action, and reaction and interaction on your turn.
Let's see. I will just like move over, like probably bump a little, but like move over here.
Harold begins to mumble worriedly.
Yeah, Cadmus is also mumbling that they're gonna die. And then Dracul is just cursing himself out, going, "You're an idiot, Cadmus."
Gerald
Yeah,
is just mumbling about, I hope my brother didn't get turned into one of those.
And I will pass the baton to the owl boy.
Alrighty then.
That reminds me, I have not actually placed Gerald on the map. Let's go and do
I was about to ask if it was just on another location.
It would be silly if I brought you here and he's actually not even here.
How silly of you.
Here in spirit.
keep in mind you guys do not have any vision currently. You can see, you can hear, you can smell, and you can touch, but you do not have any vision. Anyway. So what were you doing, Sorter? Did you already do your turn? Okay.
I just passed the baton to the owl boy.
Okay. So, Hoonery, you're up.
So Hoonery is riding on Krasoka and slowly moving through. Slowly, yikes. May I? Because that would get them. Yikes. I'm ending my space on them, which is not good.
Please don't.
You can stand in the square beside them. Squeezing rules allow you to do that.
Okay. I'm currently beside them. Hang on. I need to wait. How much of a movement is that? I want to say my up from here. Oh, that was 25. That was like 20 feet. Essentially, I want to use my action, ready in action to quote-unquote move along with the people at the edge of the circle. So that way, when they move closer...
Keep in mind, by the way, Hoonery, that was Karsoka's movement that you used. You still have your own movement.
Yeah, Hoonery's not moving. He's just riding.
Okay. Because, yeah, it's kind of hard to fly when you can't see.
Yep.
You can do it. It's just kind of hard.
That's 40 feet.
So, what I'm gonna say is, when Harold and Clocksource move closer, I'm gonna finish using my movement speed just to go ahead.
So you're going to prepare an action to dash, basically?
Apparently that's gonna be it. Wow. Yeah.
That's how it would work, is you would be preparing a dash, basically. Okay. Is that the end of your turn? Is there anything else you're doing?
No, that is just about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then on to Clocksworth. Clocksworth, you're up.
Yeah. I think I'll move forward a bit and... An intersection. That's the direction we saw the statues, right?
That hallway in front of you, yeah, which, granted, you can't see it anymore, but that is generally the direction, yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm curious what would be right, but I guess we're going that way. Yeah, I think I'll just stop there because don't know what's ahead at all and I can't see.
What do you talk about riding while blind? I don't know what you're referring to.
Wow, that's 30 feet. Damn. Okay.
Am I the one that can move the most with 40 feet?
That is as far as I can move. I am correct. How do you write while blind? You just hope and pray. Or just get good.
Yeah, cameras can move up to 40 feet.
Yeah, because my base speed is 30.
My base is 40.
Darn it, I don't have Long Strider on, or Keen Sense, or any of the good other abilities. I would have been perfect for this. I don't.
You could have cast them in on your turn.
I could have cast them on my turn.
Yeah, if you use your action. But you just decided not to.
Yeah, I'm screwed. I mean, I know I have a thing that allows me to give it an extra evolution, but you know. And having foresight is difficult.
That's alright.
Alright. Clocksworth did move. I think that'll be the end of this turn. I think maybe, I don't know. Carter hasn't said anything.
Yeah.
Clockwork? Clockwork.
What?
Is your turn done?
Yeah.
Okay. You can tell me when it's done so I can move on to the next turn, okay?
Oh, okay. So, sorry.
Okay. So it's Jayden's turn now.
Jayden. Let's see. Let me look for what spells. Just looking over some stuff. Okay. Jayden is actually going to do something a bit more smart here. And as a free action, he's going to tell everyone, keep your hands on the keep your hands on the ones in front of your shoulder, just so we don't all get lost.
Wise words.
So he's basically going to he's going to take Zurkarai's hand and put it on his shoulder, and he's just going to wait for everyone to do that. And once everyone does, then he's going to move forward with everyone.
I feel like this is going to be now marching order and that we're all moving together. Essentially.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, so Camus can't move his full 40 feet.
Yeah, it's also a bad idea, because, pass without trace. You have to stay within my radius.
Yeah, and this is a good way of staying within your radius as well as staying together.
Okay. So
Go
you
the
guys
line.
want to do this, right?
What?
You guys all want to move together in like this conga
Why
line.
is Shred having his eyes open?
Okay, well,
Because
he
he's a
has
kobold dude.
because he doesn't have the status effect on. They all have their eyes closed, if I'm correct. Oh, wait, Dryad has his eyes open? Okay, then. Oh, because...
Yeah, Dread has his eyes open, and the reason why is because Zokarai said, and I quote, he's expendable.
No.
It sounded like,
it was
no.
funny.
it sounded like to me. What were your words? Then?
It doesn't matter if he dies. If he dies, doesn't matter, so he won't have them close their eyes.
That sounds pretty expendable to me.
That's just interpreting words in one way. But that's my thinking.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. My bad.
What's that black spot at the top right of most characters' thing? Token.
That there is a status
That's
effect.
marking that they're blinded.
Okay. I know
Yeah.
I blinded myself as well. How do I add it to my...
So you're gonna click on your.
Click.
You're gonna click on your token,
Okay.
and
Okay.
then there's gonna be this circle icon in like the bottom left of things that pop around your character.
I will be right
He
back.
doesn't have the extension.
Well, either way.
No, even in normal Roll20, you will see it there.
Oh, okay.
It's a mainline Roll20 thing.
And then once you click on it, it's like a shiny circle. And then you're gonna look for like the sleepy head. Oh, you found it.
The
I'm gonna-
sleepy head.
Yeah, sleepy head. Also, Candace, here's my advice. save your. I know you want to be using your full 40 movement. It's just like save it for now and make them think. It's technically gonna make others think that you can't move 40 feet.
None of you know what's in this cave. You just know whatever it is can petrify.
Oh.
By the
Also,
way, you notice on some of the statues, they have things like, pieces missing, but specifically it looks like it's bitten off of the statues.
How do we know this? We have our eyes closed.
That's something you noticed earlier that I forgot to say.
Okay.
That's it. Okay, alright, so are you all intending to move at once?
Yes.
Yes.
Marching order.
Okay.
Proper marching.
Then instead of having you each individually take a turn, we're just going to say that it's now the end of the round, and I'm going to have you all roll me a D. I'm actually going to silently roll a D20.
Oh my god.
Wait, silently
Okay,
roll a d20?
As in, you guys don't get to see.
Dumb question. Do we still get full? Do we still get? Can we take our full movement while staying stealthy?
That's why I asked, and no.
Okay.
You can still take a full movement even when you're being stealthy, but it's the fact that you do not want to leave the radius. So it's better to stay close to Henry than to just use your full movement.
Yeah.
All make me stealth rolls.
Everyone?
Go ahead and make me stealth rolls now, all of you.
Alright.
Group stealth check.
Remember
check,
that
yay.
anything you have is essentially a plus 10, like
17.
Jayden has a 27. Unless, no, never mind.
No, it's 17. It's 17 because I actually I set it to where it actually adds the plus 10.
Same.
I don't know how to do that.
Oof.
Good thing I am not wearing heavy armor.
If anybody asks, I have 19. That is without the modifier.
Hoonery is
And
stealthy.
that's fine.
Oh, that's what's guidance on. Oops. Let me remove the guidance. Because technically he's not casting. He's not casting it.
So, Lou, that is 9 plus 10, right?
Yep, 19.
Okay, and then Z rolled 20. Alright, did anyone not roll?
I
No,
rolled
everyone
22.
rolled. Oh, I need to roll for Henry. Right, Harold.
How did we roll?
Wow. Hooner and Kursoko are exceedingly quiet. And that's without and the plus 10 modifier in the roll.
Yeah.
Same thing with Cadmus.
Nope. Actually, all of you managed to pass the stealth check.
Wow, okay.
Now realized it's actually impossible for you guys to fail thanks to Pass Without Trace, because the thing has a passive perception of 9.
Wow!
Yeah, pass without trace is pretty good.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
As long as you stay within Pass Without Trace, they won't detect you unless you're clearly within line of sight.
Dread will be our eyes then.
Okay.
Yeah. Jade could be
So-
ours.
Should I swap the positions of Jayden and Dread?
You can just put Dread in front, like, just put Dread here.
Or
Because
here.
he would still... Oh, here, yeah. She would still be in the radius anyway.
Anyway, we should write down a list of marching order. Hang on. I got it. Dread. Jayden.
No, hey.
Zokarai.
Cadmus.
Cadmus. And then I'm gonna say Clocksworth.
Keep in mind, Dread takes his turn right after Zokarai.
Very well. Very well. Towards
Because
you.
he's a homunculus, so.
Brish, Nox. Karsoka. I am not putting Hunari on the list because Hunari's riding Karsoka, which is why he's extremely quiet. And then, Henry.
And Cadmus is just Cadmus, so he has 22.
That is the marching
I'd like to
order.
remind you, Henry, you have advantage on stealth checks because of your silent feathers.
Oh, you're right, I do.
Hunari's probably the stealthiest person in the room, even without passive stealth trace. Okay. Alright, so all of you can now move your tokens in a conga line if you want to. I'll go ahead and move Dread 30 feet.
Yeah. So are we just gonna have our tokens move with Dread?
Yes.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Dread can move forward first, because technically we're all moving in line.
Dread moves up to here.
Alright then.
Everyone else follows suit.
Yep.
And then, Zokurai would go behind Jayden.
Okay, sorry. Thought that was me.
I say move. Okay, never mind. And then Cadmus afterwards. Cadmus moves behind Zokurai.
Cadmus.
Then Cadmus be like
Right there.
here. Okay.
Yep, and then it's Clocksworth, then Sword 2, then Brish Nox.
Keep
Okay,
him.
so we should probably have Sword 2 here or here.
Well, we need
If we're
to
supposed to be, if we're supposed to be making a line.
Okay, to be fitting within the patched out trace, Zokurai,
We need
go
to.
right
need
underneath Jayden.
Karsoka being right behind, being almost behind is probably making things harder.
Yeah, probably. I'm
Well, we
switching.
can be-
We can probably switch Brish Nox and
You should probably put Karsoka right behind Zokurai.
yeah. Oh, can I
We
just?
need to make sure that Dread is in the circle.
Yep. One moment. I'm trying to do something. Can I move them both, please? Can I move Karsoka? Can I move Karsoka? Fine. May we put him
Click
back?
and drag to highlight both of them.
It was being painful because he got stuck in the wall.
I mean, it matters if we want to keep Pass Without Trace to the front.
Now you need to make him bigger again.
Yes, I know. He got stuck in a wall.
It always happens.
Yeah, because guess what? Dynamic sightlines actually block movement in this game.
And something about that. Oh wow. I actually have to remove Hunari for that. No. Actually, I know what to do. Sorry about this. We're just going with technicalities, which is very difficult. Thank you. Thank you. Alright then.
You're welcome.
Technicalities, and then Harold will follow suit. We are being very... Does the order matter that much? Nah, except for the position of Hunari. As long as they're together and such, where everyone is in, yes.
Harold has his heavy crossbow trained and is just watching. He has his eyes open, but he's looking behind everyone. Basically. He's not blinded currently, but he's not looking forward. He's basically walking backwards with the rest of the party, making sure no one sees the cave from the outside.
That's actually not yet.
Okay, and now has everyone done their movement?
Yes.
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 Okay, I would like everyone to roll me another stealth roll. No, we'll do Harold.
Is it even possible?
25.
Never mind, you don't need to do stealth rolls. I just confirmed that they won't actually matter because you'll always get above 10. So, never mind.
Yeah,
Yes.
as long As long as there's not somebody outside Pass Without Trace, there's no way they can spot us.
Hey, it was a nice roll.
It was.
It
So,
just means we're quiet.
Next turn?
Next turn, indeed.
Holy shit.
Okay. I will go ahead and move Dread. No one moved each other yet. Because as Dread gets right here, he looks over and as Dread gets right here, he looks over and he sees Gerald, except Gerald is now completely made of stone. And it's just kind of he's midway through grabbing his battle axe as he's now stone.
You want to see this? Nope, not really.
Zokarai has a telekinetic link, psychic link with him. So Dread tells this to Zokarai.
Oh, Mo.
My boy.
Happened.
The boy. Well, good thing we do know Greater Rest. We could probably take him to get Greater Restorized.
Potentially, yes. However, he is a stone statue now, and that's incredibly heavy, especially considering his size. And it's probably going to make a lot of noise to drag it out of here.
Wait, question. Quick question, DM. Is it a new day right now?
No.
No.
The only new day was from from downtime.
Session 2 was at 3 a.m. of a new day is when it started.
Dawn of a new day. Let's go.
Oh, okay. Okay. Then yeah, I can do this. I'll do it just now though.
What is it? What magic item effect are you wanting to activate exactly?
I was going to use my Sending Stone for the scouts. I informed them to get.
Did Zokarai relay
called?
this information first? Is the first thing.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Yeah.
Zokarai, you need to you need to write out what it is that you're telling them based off of what Dread tells you. Dread basically tells you, "I see the stone half ogre," excitedly.
Oh, he is. Alright.
Try to carry it. How heavy would that be?
Can I do something?
Oh.
Adris, upon hearing this, will try to go to him.
I just put it in a magical bag.
You didn't hear Dread. That's
No,
what
he heard
Zokarai heard.
Zokarai saying this, and he will go to Dread.
Yeah, but Zokarai is still needing to type out exactly what he says. Remember that.
Yeah.
We have to wait.
Since we're all, since we're all holding each other, shouldn't we all be like within? Shouldn't Jayden be one tile away from Dread already? And
Yeah, go ahead with the conga line to Dread while Zokarai types. But all you know is that Dread stopped for some reason, but he's around a corner, so you guys can't really see, necessarily, the same thing he sees. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Yeah.
What is the weight of a half ogre? I don't actually have that written down.
Very heavy.
Well, no, duh, but yeah.
250 pounds?
Oh, way heavier than that. They're a large creature.
Yeah.
Oh right. I think you're going to be the one that has to move Zokarai, Bug Boy.
Right, yeah. They are... Gerald normally weighs 400 pounds. While a stone statue, who knows how much heavier than that he is.
Maybe around 500.
100 probably.
Well, actually, I can figure out, because I can look up how much a stone statue of a person weighs. It weighs 10 times the normal weight, so it's 4,000 pounds.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. Jayden is going.
If you can even get him out at all, it will be heavy dragging.
Yeah.
Heavy and probably
Jayden-
loud dragging.
Yeah.
Jayden, being informed that Jayden will. Oh, you can reword. I'll wait. Yeah, this turned to a suicide mission.
This is Kevin saying that in person.
This is you guys doing reconnaissance. You don't necessarily need to get him out now. You at least know where he is.
This isn't me saying this. This is Cadmus saying it.
Yes.
We need to kill this thing or just leave with help. It's like, well, we now know where things here. We might be best to get the guards. We're not exactly all strong, and plus we're all fearing our lives. None of us.
Jayden would actually interrupt. I can just get my scouts to contact the luminescence and bring them over, and they can hopefully fix this entire situation up.
Can the luminescence handle themselves against whatever this thing is?
Who knows?
The main thing.
Yes.
I'd like to give a friendly reminder that you do have a sending stone to the guard captain.
Oh, you're right. I do.
Yeah.
It's like, do you think that? Like, we need to contact the guards. Oh, one moment. Give me.
Okorai also
Yeah.
had. Forgot about that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's better if we do it outside. We might draw too much attention.
Right, if you start speaking inside, even though you guys have already been speaking inside.
Yes.
It's true. It's like
But
I'd imagine this in hushed whispers.
I'll the GGO thing. Remember, you have to. I believe it's 24 syllables.
No,
25 words.
25 words.
25 words. Yeah.
All right. So, are we moving outside?
Does everyone
No.
do people inform Harold?
Yes. Yes.
I'm pretty sure we all do.
Yeah. With
No.
the line.
Harold, the moment he hears this, starts pushing past people towards Gerald.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no!
Everyone has strength saves.
Jayden won't counter against
Harold,
us.
can Cadmus try to contest him? Not contest him,
Yeah,
stop
make a
him?
strength contest with Harold. He's gonna have advantage though because he's a large creature.
Can Karsoka help with that?
If Karsoka wants to do the strength contest with Cadmus helping, he would not gain advantage. Yeah, if you want to do it that way.
Alrighty then.
Cast guidance.
Is
sooner
it the
yourself.
saving throw?
No, it's a contested ability check.
Alright, I'm gonna. What's your strength? No, he's rolling it with advantage.
You're
I have a
you're
strength
not rolling with advantage because he's also doing it against another large creature now, which is
I have a
AKA.
strength of 16.
So does he. Karsoka also has a strength of 16. Karsoka's the best
So-
choice.
Harold has a strength of 20. So yeah. Okay, roll a contested. Can I help him do it? Oh, only one person is only. He's only going to benefit from one person helping him.
How do I roll the strength?
Hang
Or is
on,
it just
no.
D20 plus
No,
3?
no,
Click
no.
on the actual strength button.
I was gonna say, it's
And
gonna be Karsoka who's doing it.
It's Karsoka who's doing it, Cadmus, not you. Did you apply?
I did not apply the +5. That is a 21.
Okay. Meanwhile, he's going to roll. And he gets a 6.
He
If he
rolled-
had advantage, that would have been a 25, but he got a 6.
Cadmus just still
But
blocks his
also
way. She's like,
one.
no, not now, not
He says,
now,
Oh, let me see my brother. Let me see. And he's
not
wow.
now.
It's like, if you're gonna see
Everyone
him...
makes spell checks with disadvantage. Actually, it doesn't matter because I forgot Pass Without Trace. Thankfully, because of Pass Without Trace, you guys are able to do this. But yeah, if he wasn't, he would have alerted everyone here. But thankfully, Pass Without Trace is muffling him a bit.
It's like,
Yeah.
if you want to see him, don't rage. We're gonna get people to help with this.
Harold, we can't handle situations like this. We're not
Actually,
strong
talk
enough.
to him.
But my brother!
Wait! Let me talk to him. I understand how you feel. You have to quell your rage right now, though. Why you can't use it right now? Just remember, if we do this now, if you try to do this now, you're gonna join him, and not in the way you hope.
We can't just abandon him, though.
It's the smart decision to at the moment. You can't have more dead bodies around here.
I can't imagine a life without my brother.
I know how you feel. Trust me. Please, just trust me.
Dan's healer is going to help him.
Yes, I promise. And I'll make sure that they do.
Fine. And then he stops trying to push his way through.
Thank you for listening to me.
Question: where is our exact location?
Where you currently are on the map.
No. I'm trying to think. Like, what is the? Which way of town did we go? Which way out of town did we go?
Oh, let's all go back to the town map, and I'll show you.
Okay.
Where is the town map? All the way up. That's Redstone Port. That's not what I'm looking for. Where is M-Plane? Where are you, M-Plane?
M-Plane, Section 1 town.
That is just 25 words. And
Yeah, everyone moved to M-Plane, and I have no idea where it is.
oh boy, give me a moment. We are
Take time.
Name of location, because I have things I was typing out.
Also, by the way, Jayden will use his sending message to his scouts.
Okay, and are you guys leaving the cave at this point?
Yes.
Yeah.
We might as well.
Camus just looks for a second behind him and just sobs slightly, then continues.
Now I'm gonna look up my words.
It's like Hunter's Hunter's holding out the sending stone. Like, what's our exact location again?
Okay, so if we look at the map, you guys left the side road here specifically and down this path through the meadows, which is the same place that Cadmus met the agriculture faction. Excuse me. Because he met them right here, and you guys left through this road, because your carriage was here, it went up here and just started going this way. Over here. And it's 5 hours that way, outside of town.
Alright, let's see. We are...
So, that would be west, specifically.
We are...
Camus is just currently comforting Harold right now.
Congratulations, you all managed to make it out without any of you getting covered.
Yes.
Congratulations! Camus learned diplomacy.
I mean, Jayden has like proficiency in persuasion. I'm pretty sure.
This wasn't persuasion. Something
I do
more.
most of your job. I do most of your job.
Persuasion, yes, but I didn't make him roll simply because he already had a personal connection with Harold. And it was a reasonable request, and Harold saw the logic
in the mountains. Got it.
Jayden is going to sending stone, the leader of the scouts
Wait, wrong
of
person.
Mandrega.
That's fine, we know who you meant. Anyway, you were saying?
Yeah, I'm trying to, but I've directed out.
Yeah, it's like type it out. Type out is what I did.
I rather challenge myself.
Oh, okay. I just saw in the voice chat, of Discord, Zokarai's message.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is also part of the reason why I was hoping this would wrap up a bit.
Found Gerald. Which area did we enter? We exit out the west side, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You're southwest of the town.
Okay. Southwest towards mountains. Mountains outside cave. Bring guards and high rank.
That's a lot that you're typing.
Yeah, but it's not even 25 words, which is funny to me.
Mine is
I know,
exactly 25 words.
One. Found Geralt southwest towards mountains outside cave, bring guards and high rank luminescence.
Okay, so are you guys
Yes.
going to head back to town, or are you going to stick around?
Stick around.
Stick around because Jayden's card would be very easily noticed.
Okay. And Cadmus, as this is going on, you do notice something very distinctive. There is no statues outside the cave. It's only once you get a little bit of a distance into the cave that there actually is statues.
Can he explore it?
What, you explore the cave?
No, the little outside.
You can explore the outside area, yes. What are you looking for?
I'm actually wanting to see if I can notice any creature inside or outside.
Are you going to be investigating for something?
Yes.
All right. Make me an investigation or nature check, or survival check.
One.
Also, what are you looking for?
Any tracks?
Okay.
Since we didn't have tracks.
The wolves had tracks, and there's the tracks of the carriage, but these will obviously be different ones. Because you guys didn't have Pass Without Trace on as you entered here.
Nope, as we entered the cave is when we had it.
Fun fact, by the way, if you're standing on top of the carriage and use Pass Without Trace, technically that 30-foot thing, as long as you're in the middle of the carriage, affects the entire carriage.
Just have Hoonery, sit here. Okay. Hoonery,
Yeah.
Good owl boy.
I'm trying to roll investigation.
What was that?
Wait, would that mean that if you were to cast silence on the carriage, the inside of the carriage would also be silent?
No, because the inside of the carriage is an entirely separate thing than the outside of it.
Okay, I see.
It's like the TARDIS from Doctor Who, where the interior is different from the exterior.
Okay.
Yeah. Which is also where I got the idea of Silvestro can just make rooms on the fly, because, like the TARDIS, there's seemingly an infinite number of basements.
Nature time.
Make your roll. Also, I'll go ahead and let you add guidance.
18.
You did that with Pass Without Trace, so...
God damn it!
Re-roll it, but add guidance this time, because I figure Hoonery will cast guidance on you.
Yes. I need to add the Pass Without Trace modifier.
Actually, I know an appropriate map for this.
Yes.
Let's do... this map. Let's just do it.
Where would we be?
24!
One moment. Also 24, yeah, but one moment. Give me a second. There we go. Now we'll use some music that Sortu made. This is better music, because the other one was town music, which you're not in town. Anyway, so you rolled a 24 for nature, so... Oh yeah, no, Harold would not go back to town. I agree,
Yeah.
sir. All right,
And
so
I think she'd be pissed off at specifically Cadmus if he tried going to town.
right.
No, Cadmus promised one thing.
Yeah. Which is why I feel he would have been angry if he did that.
It's not Cadmus that would be more upset. It would be Dracul.
As you're looking in nature, you do notice that there is a couple of sets of tracks, and they have slightly clawed feet, but they're mostly just sticking around the cave for the most part. It seems like they don't venture out that far, and the most recent set was made within the past day. You wait for a guess that they probably come out at night.
No, it was something far, far worse.
No, yeah, it's... would we know the name of this creature?
It's
No.
more serpentine. That's all he would say. This is more serpentine.
None of you rolled well enough to know the name. If you
24 isn't enough?
No, that was for you checking tracks. That wasn't for you knowing the name of the creature. If you want to make me a nature check to see if you know the creature, I'll allow that, but that'd be a separate roll.
Yeah, I don't think any of us have rolled for it.
Could I make a nature check for it?
No, it's one combined group check. People can help
Okay.
him, but
Then I'll
18.
need help.
and with help that would be a 23. So, Cadmus, based off of that, you think you figured out what type of creature it is. It's something called a basilisk.
Oh, fuck. He can't let this thing stay in here.
And from the tracks, it looks like there's multiple.
I'm sorry, did you just say multiple?
From the tracks, that's what they indicate.
Multiple basilisk. Oh god.
How did they even
what
track people into this?
They're all roughly as it seems.
Same size.
At least
The main
people outside are all roughly the same size.
Alice is just idly cursing to himself.
I'm trying to remember the if it were the basilisk's bite or its spit that you have to avoid for avoid petrification now.
Is
Doesn't remember.
I can't remember. I roll. Anyway.
Maybe if you rolled a 25, I could have told you.
Yeah, but Jayden would ask Silvestro about basilisks if he knows anything about them.
I would say the same with him.
Sylvester just says, stay outside of 30 feet of them.
Luckily, it looks like these don't leave here unless it's nighttime.
Jayden would think from what I can know from what Silvestro told me is as long as we stay 30 feet away from them, we could still take them out.
Sylvester told you stay outside of 30 feet of them, so more than 30 feet.
Stay outside 30 feet. Okay, sorry. As long as we stay outside 30 feet away, we should be fine.
I can just imagine Sylvester being outside 30 feet.
Yes. Right. Sorry, I'm actually it's like a bit late for me.
That's fine. Time zone differences, I get it. And I think this is actually a good place to wrap up session 2 since Zokurai has to leave anyway.
Alright.
What do you guys think? Do you guys want to continue this, or is this a good place to wrap up?
It's a really good place to in my opinion.
What was that?
Yeah, this is a really good stop, yeah.
Alright, we're going to stop here, and I will go ahead and say that between session 2 and session 3, you all will have, let's say, what time would it be, actually? What time is it? It would be like, what, 2, 3 p.m., roughly?
Somewhere about that.
Okay, so session started at 3. There was a 6-hour long rest period. Sorry, there's a whole kerfuffle, and then there's a 6-hour long rest period.
Yes, so that's 10 a.m. because we said 1 hour to wake up everyone and stuff.
Yeah, and then when they woke up, you were still 5 hours away from the cave. So actually, no, that means that the guards are quite a long time away from you, not 5 hours away.
I was just idly grumbles.
Yeah, that means that the
do it
guards are
myself,
roughly
you know?
about 11 hours away.
I just remembered something. I might have to actually stat up the leader of my scouts.
You might. Anyway,
Wait.
I wasn't done, but okay.
I was just idly grumbles. Just like, I can just easily do it myself.
No,
Anyway.
you wouldn't.
I would like
No.
Jayden instantly knocks you down on that.
Right now, please, can I finish my preamble?
I'm sorry.
Anyway, so because you guys can do that in downtime. You don't need to do that right now. So okay, between now and the next session, I'm going to say it's going to probably become night before they actually show up, meaning that you guys probably got about 11, so 5 to 6 hours of downtime between this session and the next.
Alright,
Do with it as you will.
Also, yeah. Also, Bug, I might need help on statting the leader of Jayden's scouts. If at all possible.
With that over the course of the next month, all right?
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, this should be much
Alright.
easier for us to manage because one, we're all in one location, we're all together, and we have 6 hours to do things over the course of a month IRL.
Yep. And I'm going to go ahead and say that's probably when Lee gets introduced, because Lee probably comes with all the guards when he hears about what's going on.
Yeah, honestly, that is also a good way to have Lee be reintroduced into the party.
Yeah.
Here's how,
And also have him get introduced.
here's how I see it. It's like, oh, you hear this news? Some guy named Hunari, found the missing people, or a missing person, and statues and such, commotion or something. We didn't inspect the other statues. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Indeed. We'll say that the cutoff time will be exactly 9 p.m. in the campaign.
Got it.
And we'll say that it currently is 3 p.m. when you guys leave the cave.
Okay.
So you guys
I do wanna ask them because I don't know if I'm right or not on this. Would my scouts arrive first, or would the guards arrive first?
You'll have to wait and find out.
All right. I may ask it that because
Neither of them will arrive by 9 p.m. though.
I know that.
Because how I'm going to do it is that during the actual thing, you guys are going to roll every hour to see who arrives and if they even arrive.
All right.
Yeah. And yeah. Okay, so I believe that's officially what we're going to call it here. So you guys are free to leave and do downtime and whatever you want to do. This is successful, I think. What do you guys think?
I loved it. I loved it. It was great.
I say
Yeah, it was fun.
we need to get better at the marching order stuff. Next time.
I was like a little confused on the dungeon, but I also kind of liked the way it was set up in turn-based things. Though I do feel like I've always felt so comfortable with the other method being that like everyone in the party has a free act that they can just do that doesn't focus off of turn order. Instead, they use the turn order whenever combat happens.
Yeah. Basically, I rolled initiative in case combat was going to happen, but thankfully, because of Pass Without Trace, the basilisk inside never detected you. And I will say, by the way, one of them was within 30 feet of you by the end of that, but it didn't detect you because of line of sight.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised with Harold reacting. They didn't hear anything.
Yeah, well, the stealth is very powerful, and they only have a passive stealth perception of 9.
See y'all.
Yeah. Bye, everyone. I'm almost gonna get going now.
Take care.
Like a bit. It's safe for me. Bye.
I will officially end the events now.
Alright, I'm gonna go do an outro and such, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Oh. I'm all alone. So, yes. That was a session, that's for sure. I thank you all for watching. I have a Twitch, I have a Discord. Everything will be down in the links below. Go check out Bug Boy if you want to go see more of his content. He does things all week. And other than that, that's it. Anyone to raid? No. Nah. I need to get doing my own stuff, so, yep. Peace.